lang? Can I speak to Langley?
That's great.
Senator Volker's office.
Hey Langley, so let me tell you the method to my madness.
It's the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. Haile Selassie the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street and love and bless up everyone. Man no skip a beat, the Rasta man unique. We now go take defeat, the mission have be complete. And through the humble and the meek. My lyrics is my gun, no boy can't tell me no. She rise above the rest. Empress no beg no friend, real empress no bend. Rastafari run the world. I'm so sorry that I broke your heart to pieces.
love a poor like some every rain shower. I miss you even when it's only been an hour. You're all that I want to love from now until the end. You're all that I want to love from now until the end. Willing to take this love somewhere. Girl, you're all that I'm thinking of, but more than just a friend, all that I need and want my day. You're all that I want to love from now until the end. Willing to take this love somewhere. This love somewhere. This love somewhere.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby called to order today on June 6, 2023. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Norvel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr. present. Madam Chair, we have 6 members present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Tuesday, June 6, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Utley Legislative Chamber to receive testimony from the Governor's financial team on the proposed fiscal year 2024 executive budget for the Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Invited testifiers are Ms. Jennifer O'Neill.
1 second. Correspondence. I think you're reading the agenda.
Yes. Correspondence today are Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte, Mali, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, I'll be late today's Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Utley Legislative Hall on the island of St. Thomas. Please accept my apologies for my tardiness. I look forward to joining the meeting as soon as I arrive. Your patience and understanding will be greatly appreciated. Sincerely, Senator Samuel Carrion, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. That's in there. This concludes the reading of the agenda and the tardiness.
Thank you. Please mark Senator Carrion as excused for now, as he will join us later. And a quorum has been established, so we're going to proceed. I'm going to ask you, Madam Clerk, to also read today's agenda into the record.
Finance will meet on Tuesday, June 6, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Utley Legislative Hall to receive testimony from the Governor's financial team on the proposed fiscal year 2024 executive budget for the Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Invited testifiers are Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget, Ms. Clarina Modest Elliott, Acting Commissioner, Department of Finance, Mr. Joel Lee, Director, VI Bureau of Internal Revenue, Mr. Ira R. Mills, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Brent Latham, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Ms. Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel, Ms. Joss Springwood Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining, Dr. Alison Digazon, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. Those are all the testifiers, and this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are prepared to proceed. I'm going to ask the folks from the government, the executive branch, the financial team, to please put their name and titles on the record. We're going to start with the OMB Director, Ms. Jennifer O'Neill.
Good morning, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Adrian Williams Octalin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good morning, Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel.
Good morning, Joel Lee, the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Good morning, Clarina Modest Elliott, Acting Commissioner, Department of Finance. Good morning. Brent Laerdam, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Good morning, Josh Springett, Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining.
Thank you. I believe that Mr. Simmons should be on Teams. Is he here? PFA? Mr. Simmons,
Good
please put your
morning,
name and title
Nathan.
on the record.
Good morning, Nathan Simmons, Public Finance Authority.
All right. And who is the lead for the government's financial team?
I am, Senator.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I am well.
Great. I
Thank
note
you.
that two of your members are missing. I don't see Miss Allison L. Digazon, and I don't see Mr. Ira Mills. And we don't have any correspondence indicating that they will be absent. So please advise as to their status.
Mr. Mills is unfortunately out sick and will not be able to participate. We did think he would be able to do online, but he's not able to do that either, so we apologize for his absence. And there is no representation at this point for the Bureau of Economic Research.
Okay, so I think that I just need to put this on the record early before we run into any challenges as we move forward with our hearings for this entire summer. Departments and agencies, financial team, if there are individuals who are going to be absent, it requires a letter advising of same. You are invited, so you need to submit correspondence indicating that you are not going to be present. This is a deliberative body, and this is a formal meeting. So the expectation is that we provide information of our absence. Okay, so let's make sure that we do that moving forward. And then we're going to get into I suspect that Ms. O'Neill, you are the representative for the entire team today. You're reading the testimony?
Yes, Senator.
You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank
Before
you.
you proceed, let me recognize Senator Kalaji Joseph, non-committee member. Thank you for being here. Do we have any other non-committee members in the chambers, in the committee room in St. Croix? Okay, you may proceed, Director O'Neill.
Thank you.
I think I just heard someone say Madam Chair. Senator Bulkes. Good morning. Senator Bulkes is in St. John. Good morning, non-committee member. Senator Bulkes, thank you for being here as well.
Thank you, Senator. And good morning, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, members of the committee, other members of the 35th Legislature, and the viewing and listening audience of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I am Jennifer C. O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and with me today in chambers and on teams are the other members of the Governor's financial team. Clarina Modeste Elliott, Acting Commissioner, Department of Finance, Joel Lee, Director, Bureau of Internal Revenue, Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel, Josh Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining, Brent Laerdam, Tax Collector, Adrian Williams Octolin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery, and Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration at the Public Finance Authority. Ira Mills, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, is on sick leave and unable to participate in today's hearing. We wish him well. On behalf of the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and pursuant to Title II, Chapter 2, Section 24 of the Virgin Islands Code, we appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony on fiscal years 24 and 25 executive budget. As we move forward from the COVID-19 pandemic, the economy continues to prove resilient. Notably, the government remains engaged in enacting policy measures aimed at bolstering the economy, along with ensuring projects funded through federal dollars continue. As recently released, the Federal Bureau of Economic Analysis statistics indicates that the USVI real gross domestic product, GDP, shows a relatively healthy economy as the GDP increased by 2.8% at an annual rate, or to a level of $4 billion in 2021. This growth is attributed to personal consumption, expenditure, and exports, which grew by approximately 94.9%, reflected in a surge in crude oil and petroleum products, and most crucial, increased visitor spending. The exported refined petroleum products are from wholesale oil companies that import products for consumption within the territory and from the export of fuels to other destinations. The GDP is expected to continue to grow throughout 2023. A prominent bright spot has been the tourism industry, where approximately 1.8 million visitors traveled to the territory in 2022, representing 12 solid months of visitor growth from approximately 749,251 in 2021. In a strong start to 2023, first quarter cruise ship arrivals increased by approximately 128%, and for air arrivals, an increase of 0.1%. Tourism indicators suggest that growth will continue in 2023, underpinned by the continuous surge of cruise travel that will allow the territory to close the gap with its pre-pandemic visitor volume level and proceed from recovery to expansion. Despite the pandemic, revenues have increased every year since 2019, and consequently, the administration has been able to pay numerous long-standing debts, including the payment of over $40 million in retroactive wages, while also beginning the payout of calendar year 2021 tax refunds. Since January 2019, we have budgeted for and paid in excess of $313.2 million in tax refunds to become current with these long outstanding debts. Consequently, we present a budget for fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 that continues to forecast increased revenues across most major categories, and in some cases, significant increases to departmental and agency budgets. The current employee population of the GVI is 6,550 employees, consisting of 3,418 employees in the St. Thomas St. John district and 3,132 employees in the St. Croix district. There are 1,417 unclassified employees and 4,922 classified employees, 63 part-time, and 148 per diem employees. For fiscal year 2023 to date, the Division of Personnel has processed 596 new hires. The division has started tracking personnel requisition forms, or PRFs, as they leave OMB to assist agencies with streamlining the process of posting vacancies. And as of June 1st, 2023, 658 PRFs have left OMB for posting, not including salary changes. For fiscal year 2023, the division processed over $38 million in retroactive wages. The batch processing of survivor payments has started, is 73% completed, with a total payout of $2.4 million processed to date. Health insurance coverage combined, including medical, dental, vision, and life for fiscal year 2023, increased from $177.3 million to $184.3 million, an overall increase of approximately $7 million, or 4%, which represents the medical premiums. There was no increase to the dental plan for fiscal year 2023. The government has absorbed the health insurance increases for 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, which shifted the cost share from 65% government, 35% employee to a current rate of 72% government, 28% employee. We currently have 14,165 members covered within the Health Insurance Eligibility System, BENTEC. Active employee enrollment, 7,099. Retiree enrollment, 7,066. And we have over 25,000 total individuals, including dependents, that are covered under the government's insurance plan. Payments made to all carriers for fiscal year 2023 to date totals $107 million. Currently, the GESC board is in negotiations for best and final offers with the carriers for new contracts for Cigna, United Healthcare, Standard Vision and Life, and the Cigna supplement that will take effect on October 1st, 2023. We have submitted a budget that includes over 658 vacancies in most departments for fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025. And we've also provided for wage adjustments of 3% for both years, while making additional provisions for the continued payment of outstanding obligations. The administration's vision to improve the quality of life for residents and visitors of the Virgin Islands includes paying fair wages. In fiscal year 2023 to date, the Office of Collective Bargaining has completed 6 negotiations with 4 unions. Negotiations are ongoing with the Registered Nurses Leadership Union, the International Association of Machinist Aerospace Workers, Non-Supervisory Employees and Enforcement Officers, the Association of Firefighters Support Staff, and the United Steelworkers, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority Supervisors. Currently, 16 other collective bargaining agreements are expired. Below, in the chart that was provided, is additional details on the collective bargaining agreements and negotiations. We have finalized VISNA, LPNA, and USW Masters so far for the collective bargaining agreements. OMB continues to use ongoing monitoring and financial forecasting to estimate revenues and expenditures across all funds, and in particular, the general fund, while updating our forecast weekly and revising the 5-year plan as necessary. The 5-year outlook continues to indicate a positive trend, thanks in large part to the stability afforded by continued federal funding associated with the hurricanes of 2017 and COVID-19 relief. We should note that year over year, total operating revenue has increased approximately 7% for fiscal year 21 and 22, with an increase of 6% between the second quarter of fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2022. From this, it is evident that all of the projects, capital and otherwise, that have been and continue to be on the books are critical to the ongoing rebound of our economy. The Office of Disaster Recovery and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority are committed to ensuring that projects are not held up for any reason, and we are committed to ensuring that plans are in place across the GVI to allow for expediency in spending other federal dollars. It should be noted here that while revenues have increased, and we expect that to continue, there continues to be a significant increase in operating expenditures as well, which will require us to ensure project funds are spent and revenues are actually collected, especially in light of outside threats, including the rum cover-over and continued issues at the Waste Management Authority and WAPA. An increase in 4 of the major revenue categories is expected in fiscal year 2024 and 25, with the most significant increase for fiscal year 24, 15% in the corporate income tax and gross receipt tax categories. The year-to-date major revenue categories projects a 7% increase in the 5 major general fund revenue categories when measured against fiscal year 2023 projections. Personal income tax, or individual income tax as some refer to it, collections in fiscal year 2023 are trending approximately 12% higher when compared to fiscal year 2022. With the return of the workforce, along with additional employment opportunities available within the GVI, and particularly in the disaster recovery sectors, personal income tax collections will be expected to improve. These collections remain the largest source of revenue for the general fund, but we are projecting a decrease of 2.7% in fiscal year 2024. Corporate income tax in fiscal year 2024 is projected to increase by 15% when compared to fiscal year 2023. This category will maintain a 10-year average growth of 12%. Real property tax revenues have been a bit volatile over the past several years, with an increase of 5% from fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2023 projected. Fiscal year 24 projections are expected to increase another 5% when compared to fiscal year 2023 projections, and we anticipate an increase of 6% in fiscal year 25. Gross receipt tax collections are expected to increase 15% in fiscal year 24 due to its direct correlation to tourism and visitor spending, along with the ongoing federally funded projects. Collections in the current fiscal year are expected to increase considerably as tourism normalizes and the impact of federal aid boosts in capital investment spending. Excise tax is projected to moderately increase by 0.4%. Remaining relatively stagnant, actually, indicating that this revenue category will continue to grow once construction within the tourism industry normalizes. Overall, general fund revenue projections for fiscal year 2024 have increased 3.4%. Correspondingly, the projected cost of operations has increased by approximately 9.6%, due primarily to the increase in federal grants in fiscal year 2023. The total operating cost is $1.42 billion in fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 25. Many agencies have seen increases in overall expenditure ceilings, and some costs may not be fully covered by federal funds. Some of those departments experiencing significant increases are as follows. The Department of Agriculture will see a 41% increase in their ceiling. The Department of Public Works gets a 10% increase. Department of Virgin Islands Police Department, I think that's a typo. Virgin Islands Police Department has 4%, and the Virgin Islands Department of Education has a 3% increase. I think the other one was supposed to be Department of Education with an 8.8%.
One second. Let's get it straight. So go through the table again, Director.
Department of Agriculture goes from 5.2 million to 7.3 million. Department of Public Works goes from 23.6 million to 26 million. Department of Education goes from 66.5 to 72.3. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Department of Human Services. Department of Human Services goes from 66.5 million to 72.3 million. The Virgin Islands Police Department goes from 71.4 to 74.2 million. And the Virgin Islands Department of Education goes from 169 to 174 million.
Thank you.
My apologies. GVI's mandatory costs of $1.4 billion, that should be a B, in fiscal year 2024 have been funded in the proposed budget. This total includes both appropriated and non-appropriated funds, and the breakdown is as follows. General fund, $969 million. Other appropriated funds, $84.3 million. Federal funds, $334.9 million. And other non-appropriated funds of $35.2 million, for a total budget of $1.42 billion. Please note that the federal funds total includes the regular program grants and those awarded by the Department of Interior for technical assistance and maintenance assistance programs, as well as capital improvement project grants, among others, and are generally non-disaster related. GVI's mandatory costs are projected to remain relatively stable in fiscal year 2025 at the same $1.4 billion. In addition to these funds, the Office of Disaster Recovery anticipates that $566 million for fiscal year 2024 and $574 million for fiscal year 2025 will be spent on disaster recovery projects throughout the territory, which should continue to aid in substantial revenue collections for the foreseeable future. These projections were made on projects with expected construction activity within the priority sectors. Some of the largest spend projects are comprised of 7 schools, to include the rebuild of Arthur Richards K-8 School, Central High and Charlotte Amalie High School, and the rebuild of 6 Head Starts on all 3 islands. In the healthcare sector, reconstruction of the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Center, the Myra Keating Clinic, and the Charles Harwood Medical Complex, as well as repairs to the Queen Louise Home for the Aged, will mark significant enhancements to our healthcare facilities. Construction over 13 parks across the territory and public facilities, to include the Emily Griffith Ballpark, Charles Seals Fire Station, Enid Ba, and Charles Turnbull Libraries, are anticipated to generate significant spend. Additionally, infrastructure work is expected on WAPA's undergrounding projects in the St. Thomas District and road and drainage improvements in Fish Bay, Botany Bay, and the Altona Lagoon Bridge area. The recent obligation of funds by FEMA for several schools and hospitals leaves the territory with a remainder of 57 fixed cost projects to be agreed upon with FEMA. That agency is expected to obligate an additional $1.6 billion in funding within the next year. We should note, however, that there continues to be several challenges, such as the lack of timely payments, funding to commence scoping and design, and the procurement of materials affecting the pace of recovery projects. The implementation of the line of credit previously approved by this body will have a tremendous effect on the territory's ability to keep projects on track and facilitate timely completion of many projects. We expect to begin accessing the line of credit within the next 2 months, specifically for projects. The GVI also continues to expend COVID-19 funding spanning both fiscal years. Expected expenditures are approximately $100 million for fiscal year 2024 and slightly less for fiscal year 25. And these funds continue to assist the territory in supporting the ongoing pandemic response and stabilizing the economy. These pandemic-related federal funds will be fully obligated by December 2024 as required by the federal government and fully expended by December 2026. The GVI intends to maintain general fund reserves through annual contributions to the Budget Stabilization Fund appropriated from the general fund. In compliance with the financial and budget policies, as well as Title 33 of the VI Code, we have budgeted another $5 million in both fiscal year 24 and 25. In addition to the general fund, a total of $84.3 million in fiscal year 24 and $86 million in fiscal year 25 is budgeted from other appropriated local funds, which are a collection of special purpose funds established by the legislature. In addition to the appropriated funds, some GVI departments, agencies, and semi-autonomous entities are expected to have access to an estimated $35 million in both fiscal years in local government revenues that are not subject to annual appropriations due to being classified as non-appropriated funds. For the most part, the sources of revenues for this non-appropriated expenditure are primarily fees and charges for business activity services by governmental entities. The total federal grants projected to be available to the territory for fiscal year 24 and 25 increased by 1% compared to what was presented last year. A total of $414.8 million of the projected amount is non-disaster related federal dollars, which includes $62.7 million available to the University of the Virgin Islands. The total remaining COVID-related funding is approximately $157.6 million. There is, however, a total of $3.8 billion, as shown in the chart provided, of federal assorted funds available across multiple departments from various federal grantor agencies, all administered by several local grantee agencies, including OMB, VIHFA, and ODR. Some highlights of the budget include the following: $18.3 million for employee wage increases calculated at 3% of total personnel costs inclusive of fringe, $150,000 for the Commission on Aging, $225,000 for continued support of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, $275,000 for the Office of Health Information Exchange within the Office of the Governor, $5.7 million in capital outlays to fund various departmental upgrades, $2.6 million for the GVI Fellows cohort expansion. We now have 31 GVI Fellows in the program. $2.1 million to be transferred from the Health Revolving Fund to the Virgin Islands Fire and EMS Fund. $25 million provided for retroactive wages owed to current and former employees. $2.6 million budgeted to the Virgin Islands Police Department to support the ShotSpotter gunshot detection system. $1.6 million for the Department of Public Works and their cemetery wall project. $500,000 for DPNR's office building repairs, and $250,000 budgeted for Vitima's support of emergency sheltering. We continue to point out the importance of the continued budgeting for and appropriations to the Budget Stabilization Fund, where we have placed $5 million every year for the last 4 years. At the end of the current fiscal year 2023, this fund will have $21 million in a separate bank account per 33 VI Code Section 3336 that can only be utilized for the purposes as prescribed by law, including the earned interest. We are still behind the average minimum 2 months of operating expenditures that is recommended by the Government Finance Officers Association to be set aside, which in our case should be around $147 million. But with your continued diligence, we are well on the way. Finally, once again, we have deemed it prudent to submit a biennial budget as we focus on opportunities for growth, redevelopment, and sustainability by placing a heavy emphasis on strategic and long-term planning and increased and improved fiscal management. Biennial budgeting remains one of the tools to help us with this initiative, as the Brian Roach administration continues to demonstrate that the central government will pay its bills and meet its obligations. I end by quoting Governor Bryan in his budget submission message, where I quote, "Our commitment to the people of the Virgin Islands urges us to build a stronger economy, stronger families, and stronger infrastructure. This budget is focused on providing opportunities for growth, redevelopment, and sustainability, and our priorities are aligned to provide the optimal environment for economic growth, social stability, and reliable support structures. The times are changing rapidly, and given the terse political and economic climate on the mainland, we will have to work together to make the most of the federal dollars and secure them for our people. This will require us to work collaboratively and purposefully in completing our mandate." Madam Chairwoman, this concludes our prepared statement. The Governor's financial team stands ready to answer any questions this committee may have. Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you, and thank the Governor and his team for sending down the budget, the proposed executive budget, on time. The budget is an extremely thick document because I note specifically that in this year, again, you submitted a 2-year biannual budget. And last year, we had this very similar conversation about the authority for the submission of a 2-year budget. So I'm going to ask our legal counsel. We are not adverse to working on a 2-year budget. The issue is, the question on the table that was not resolved last time is the fact that when we look at Title II, Section 24, we do not see the authority. So we want to hear from the legislature's legal counsel, as well as to also hear if there's anything in the revised Organic Act that prevents us from working on or passing or approving a 2-year budget. But based on what we see in 2VIC, I don't know that this budget is properly before the legislature. So, Director O'Neill, I know that your office, before we go to our legal counsel, I know that your office is the office that prepares the governor's budget, and you work with the financial team. So the question is, what is the authority for a 2025 submission as well? Do you have that information? And then I'll go to our legal counsel.
Senator, I do not have that with me today. I know we've had the discussion previously, but I do not have it with me today.
Okay, so and why it's important is because when we look back in history, when we are no longer here, and we see that there was a budget that was sent down in 2023 and 2024, and the legislature did not act on it. And then today, again, there's a budget before us in 2020 that says 2024 and 2025. We have to put this matter to bed because these documents go down in history. So the last thing that we want as legislators is to appear that we were irresponsible and did exactly what we wanted to do. So I'm going to ask our legal counsel, Councilor Ayala, to please provide us with the information around the authority or the lack thereof for the submission of a 2-year budget, particularly that of FY 2025.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This it's a two-pronged issue because, first of all, let's deal with the budget itself. Over the years, the budget has been sent to the legislature by a certain date other than the first regular session. Yet the Organic Act in Section 9, subsection C, required, let me read it verbatim, and then I'll tell you what it is. The governor shall submit at the opening of each regular session of the legislature a message on the state of the Virgin Islands and a budget, so that the budget really should be submitted at the first regular session of the legislature, of the estimated receipt, expenditures, and so forth, which shall be the basis of the appropriation of bills for the ensuing fiscal year. So that tells you that the budget has to be at the first regular session and is for that particular ensuing fiscal year. Now, the second part of it was that the legislature has the authority to set what the fiscal year is. And in this case, they had set it from October 1. It used to be July, according to the Organic Act, in July, but now the legislature set it at October, at the end of October 1, if I'm not, beginning of October 1, if I'm not mistaken. So, here's Section 30 of Title 2. The fiscal year of the government of the Virgin Islands shall commence October 1 and end September 30th. So, that the governor may have submitted the budget at different times over the years is of no moment. The law that governs when the budget should be sent is here in the Organic Act. And it hasn't changed. It still is what it is. At the first regular session of the legislature.
Mr. Counsel.
Yes, Madam Chair.
The question on the table isn't when.
I think I just said that, Madam.
Allow me to speak, please.
Sure.
Isn't when the budget was submitted. Based on Title II, VIC 24, the governor shall present the proposed comprehensive program and financial plan in a message to the legislature on or before May 30th prior to each fiscal year. So is it your review, analysis, etc., that the law that we have in front of us is bumping up against the Revised Organic Act?
That is my conclusion based on the Organic Act, that whatever date the legislature set, other than the first regular session, makes the budget late.
Okay, good. So we're not having a late conversation. The conversation is, does the governor, the executive branch of the U.S. Virgin Islands, have the authority to submit to this body a 2-year budget at once? That's the question on the table.
Madam Chair, let it be understood that whatever the governor sends down is a recommendation, because the governor doesn't have the authority to enact anything. Now, it is up to the legislature. The governor can send down a 2-year budget, 3-year budget, a 5-year budget.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. Thank you for your response. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes.
G6 Productions.
The Committee on Budget and Appropriations and Finances back on the record. We just need to get clear clarification for the public, because the public is listening. So I've asked our Chief Legal Counsel to just give us a straight answer from the legal perspective. Mr. Chief Counsel Amos Cardi, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Just so that for the purposes of clarity and for the record, I did listen to the exchange downstairs. As I understand it, the question on the floor is whether or not the legislature may consider what has been recommended by the governor, a 2-year appropriation budget or spending plan for the government. Am I correct on that, Madam Chair? Okay. So the legislature may not pass a 2-year budget for the government of the Virgin Islands unless Title II, the Executive Appropriation Act, is amended to allow for the adoption of a 2-year budget, or a multi-year, or I should say a biennial budget or multi-year budget. In order for the government of the Virgin Islands to operate on a biennial budget, it would require the appropriate amendments to the Executive Appropriation Act, which is outlined in Title II of the Virgin Islands Code. And the Organic Act gives the legislature the authority to establish the date by which the budget is submitted. There was an initial date that was indicated earlier by Assistant Counsel Attorney Ayala. The Organic Act gives the legislature the authority to set a different date. The Executive Appropriation Act specifically speaks to an annual budget. So to the extent that this body wants to consider and adopt a biennial budget, that would require amendments to Title II of the Executive Appropriation Act. Does that answer your question, Madam Chair?
Absolutely, and thank you very much for your response. All right. So as we speak today, the legislature of the Virgin Islands cannot approve a 2-year or a biennial budget absent of the Virgin Islands Code being amended. So that's clear for me. So now we can proceed. And I hope that is clear for the executive branch and all listening and hearing and viewing. All right, so we're going to proceed. Again, I want to thank you, Director O'Neill and the financial team for being here today. We do note that we have 2 important positions or offices that are not here, but we are going to proceed regardless. I have, of course, this is the start of the budget season, and in the next couple of weeks, most of the summer, we will see the departments and agencies coming before the legislature to justify their budgets, and we want to remain focused on just that, the budgets. We have a number of other committees within the institution of the legislature that's responsible for the oversight, but we really want to focus on the budget of the respective agencies. So it's my hope that each agency comes prepared to answer the questions relative to their budgets and justify their needs and the purpose of their operations. Okay, so we're going to start. I'm going to start out. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. Okay, that's fair? 4 minutes? You need more? Yeah. 4 minutes? Let's try 5. Let's start with 5. 4-minute round. 4-minute round. It's a budget process. Well, we're going to do more than one. These are the people that we're going to have here all day. So 4-minute round, and we always have leeway. So don't feel rushed about it. How about that? That's fair? Okay. I have a quick question, though. So there's a concern that I have, and I note specifically that Director O'Neill made reference to the fact that, looking at the numbers, let me just be clear, looking at the numbers, the revenue numbers, because that's why we're here today, of course. We have to start with that, right? So looking at the revenue numbers, we know specifically that in FY 2022, the numbers that were presented on the Department of Finance's website were significantly higher than what we're seeing today. So we also note that there's a significant revision of some $169 million. I'm trying to figure out if that's an error, because Director O'Neill, you noted that you're on the uptick. So I suspect that your uptick numbers are based on March?
Year over year, yes, Senator.
March numbers.
Yes.
Your March, FY 2023, March.
Well,
not
no,
April.
Well, April numbers. We look at actuals. That's sometimes even before it goes through the process of Department of Finance. There's multiple layers to the revenue collections. IRB posts numbers that are also different to what Department of Finance has. And that's because Department of Finance has to do their true-up for bounce checks and other things that may throw the numbers off. So it will vary and it will differ from what IRB posts. Typically, the numbers we use are the first set of numbers that I get because I'm changing every week. As the true-ups happen, we go back and revise as well.
Totally agree. So you're still on the same trajectory, so I'm agreeing with your thought process. So when we looked at the Department of Finance's website, the updates as of March, is that correct, Acting Commissioner?
Correct.
So it's as of March. The IRB is as of April. However, the numbers that we're seeing, and I'm not sure if you got an opportunity to look at it, Director O'Neill, but the numbers that we are seeing, there is a significant revision. One was signed by, what are the names? There's two significant, the last one was signed by Nunez, and the one before was signed by, what's the young man's name? Guzman, correct. So that report shows that in FY22, in April of fiscal year 2022, your individual income was reported as $312 million. And it was revised most recently to $186 million. Corporate, same thing, 83 million, 83.6 million, revised downward to 38.9 million. Excise is a little smaller. That was the revision was some 1.7 million. Gross receipts some 670,000, and on and on. But overall, the reduction shows some $171 million reduction over last year. Last year numbers has significantly changed. So we're trying to understand exactly what's happening. Are you aware of that, Mrs. Elliott?
No, I'm not, but I'll look into it.
Yeah.
Senator,
Yeah.
which you said individual income, right?
So we're looking at a report. We have the reports, because what we do is we collect the data, okay? So we don't rely on the data from your office or your team alone. We collect the data. So there's an individual report. Your treasury reports are signed by whomever did the true-up, correct, Ms. Modeste? Elliott?
Correct. We did have a glitch in the ERP system, and that may be the reason, but I'll confirm and get back to you.
Because the reports that we receive clearly shows that there is a $169 million difference. And these reports are signed reports. We could share them with you if you wish to see them, but we have them.
Yes, Senator.
Okay?
I actually would like to see that.
So we just need clarification on exactly what happened with the reporting on the DOF in particular website.
And we're speaking specifically about individual income?
No, it's a couple of them. Individual income, corporate, excise, gross receipts, and a few little ones, concession fee, for lime tree, and another one that's miscellaneous. The others are a lot smaller, but this one, these are your major drivers for your for the government operations. So they definitely jumped out at us.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I would like to actually see that because that
will
does
share
not
it.
match the numbers that we have.
Well, we're going to ask the post editor to share it with you. As a matter of fact, I think it's that important that I'm going to take a recess so you could see it now. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. We're back on the record, and I'm going to allow the lead of the government's financial team to, we did have an opportunity to review the documents, and of course we know that we are in the entrance budget 2024 budget meeting, so it's important that we understand what's happening with our revenues. So we are now in June. April is long gone. We have May, and of course, we have to get it true up for May, but most definitely the April numbers should be available to us. So I'm going to allow you to respond to the concern that I shared, Director O'Neill, with regards to the unaudited general fund statement of revenues that was shared, that was able to pull off from the system of Department of Finance that was signed by the Deputy Commissioner and the Director of Treasury of the Department of Finance.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you very much to you and the Post Auditor for providing us with those documents. At this point, we are unable to validate, and so we will go back and take a look at that and do further digging. And once we have validated the exact numbers for April, we will provide them to this body.
Okay, thank you. And we look forward to that as we continue the budget process. So I think that was the one thing I wanted to get out of the way. So I'm going to allow my colleagues, we did talk about 4 minutes. I think I was, what did I say? I get choked off. So we're going to go to 7-minute round because we got to cooperate here. So colleagues, we're going to go to a 7-minute round, and we're going to start with our Senate President, Mr. Novelli Francis Jr. And before I do that, I see Senator Kenneth L. Gittins has joined us, non-committee member. Thank you for being here, Senator Gittins. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to you. Thank you for your cooperation there. And good morning to the governor's financial team. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. See, 4 minutes gone there already. Just saying good morning. First of all, I want to thank you for your testimony this morning, the financial team, and also really to thank you for your steady hand during the pandemic and during this last fiscal year. It's evident from the reports that we continue to thrive as a community despite some of the challenges that we have experienced, and it's just as a result of your careful handling of matters here, so we certainly appreciate that. My first question to you is that, well, in terms of the May report and reconciliation, what's the timeline by which you'll be able to complete that?
We have our team working on it now. I think probably in the next 2 weeks, we should have everything finalized for both April and May to be able to provide to this body.
Very well. Thank you. We look forward to getting that. And I saw that in the report that you deliberately left WAPA out of the conversation, and this government, the government of the Virgin Islands, have been breastfeeding WAPA for the last several months, and while I agree that it's time for the weaning off of that breast milk, I really wanted to ask you, what is the conversation by the financial team in respect to moving forward? I think this is the last month, based on previous testimonies in which you intend to provide funding to WAPA. Where are we with WAPA moving forward?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We have continued to have conversations with WAPA. I think we have a meeting with them probably every week or every other week. And they have indicated that they are okay with moving forward. This is their last month receiving the last $5.1 million. We expect that they will be able to manage. They've made some changes internally, and they should be able to move forward now without the additional 5.1 that we've been providing.
And I pray that when they talk about moving forward, it's not going to be on the backs of the ratepayers, and I'm hoping that that's part of the conversation as well.
That is absolutely, Senator.
Very well. And with the last payment coming in June, what would be the total that have been given to WAPA over the last recent months?
The full total would be $97 million.
Very well. That's the exact number I have noted here. I also noted in your report, in terms of the PRFs that was sent down, that those PRFs just went down on June 1st. I would imagine that you've been working on these PRF before the June 1st and that the PRF haven't just gone down because you're coming before us this morning. Is that correct?
No, no, Senator. It was just that as of June 1st, that's the amount that has been processed. But Director Richardson can speak to the numbers. Director Richardson.
That is correct. Good morning. That is correct. As of June 1, that's the amount that has left OMB.
Very well. And in the breakdown, you also showed a number of agencies. What's the timeline, Director Richardson, in regards to from applicant or application to hire? Where are we with in terms of bringing people on board?
In terms of that timeline, once an individual applies for a position, usually we have those positions posted for about 10 days. If it needs to stay up longer, it can. But once they apply, we send that referral listing to the agency within 3 days. That is one of our KPIs. It is up to the respective agencies to schedule those interviews and do the hiring.
Can you speak to the importance? Obviously, you sit on the financial team as well. Can you speak to the direct nexus or correlation between personnel and being a part of the financial team?
That's a loaded question. But the importance is understanding that the timeline in which OMB has, as far as the budget preparation, as far as the tracking of those PRFs, getting those positions, posting and allowing the agencies and the individuals to apply, close those positions, and get those people hired timely.
Very well, thank you. And going back to you, Director O'Neill, in regards to vendors' payment, where are we with vendors' payment? I saw that you mentioned that we're making payments, but where are we in terms of vendors' payment?
I'll actually throw that to Acting Commissioner Modest Elliott at Department of Finance.
Hi, we're current. Our agent speaks of $17 million in outstanding vendor payments. Most of it is current and within 30 to 60 days. Just wanted to share, although it has maybe 2.6 million in over 60 days, when the departments and agencies enter the payment, it's already late. So it's not as a result of finance making late payment, but once it's entered into the system, the due date has already passed, and so it'll go in under 60 to 90 days.
That's interesting. How many days of cash do we have in hand at present?
4 days of cash on hand.
4 days. What is that total?
About 12 million.
4 million?
12.
12 million. Okay. What about the rainy day fund, Director? I know you spoke about the stability fund. Is that the same as the rainy day fund?
Yes, Senator. Yes, Senator. It's the official name is actually the Budget Stabilization Fund, otherwise known as the Rainy Day Fund.
And in that, you mentioned that there's $21 million in that fund currently?
Yes, Senator.
And so you have not had any reason to touch that fund over the last several years?
I'm sure we've had a lot of reasons, but we've not touched it. We've utilized other sources of funds to make payments. So that remains, and before the end of this fiscal year, we will, which means before the end of September, we will transfer the $5 million that was appropriated for this year, which would bring the total to 26.
Very well. In my first round, my time is wrapping up. I wanted to ask disaster recovery real quick in terms of your forecasting of projects that will be completed during this next to complete this fiscal year and move into the next fiscal year as we consider this new budget.
So we have about 168 projects that's ongoing right now, and we expect that about 120 of them will be completed, and some of them, of course, will carry over into the next fiscal year.
And what's the gross receipt we intend to collect on those?
566 million is what we're anticipating.
Very well. Thank you very much. My time has been called, Madam Chair. So in terms of proceeding, in the meantime, my next question in regards to the financials, OMB Director, tell me, what is the day-to-day decisions that's made in regards to how do we spend money? What is the conversations that's being had between OMB, the governor's office, as well as finance in regards to, of course, the revenues coming in, and then how do we expend the funding that needs to be expended?
Senator, thank you for that. We have lots of conversations. We actually have a standing meeting every Friday at 9:30 between OMB and finance to discuss bills that we know are coming, any major items, like for instance, when we're going to do tax refund payments, when we have major payments to process, like we were doing for WAPA, when we're moving monies to waste management, et cetera. We have those meetings every Friday to discuss what's upcoming, where we are with cash, because we are reviewing cash on a daily basis, but also we are doing weekly cash flow reports. So we know where we are at any given moment. If we have major items and our cash is looking a little iffy, a little low, we have conversations with the governor to determine what's important, what needs to go now versus what can be held, for instance. So it's ongoing conversations continuously between Government House, Department of Finance, and OMB.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Francis. So let's just talk about the cash a little more. So when we look at the Bureau of Internal Revenue Collections compared year on year to FY 2022 compared to what we're seeing now in 23, we're seeing, when we look at the income tax category, we're seeing an $11 million shortfall in collections. And then when we look at corporate, the total corporate income, we're also seeing a $27.1 million shortfall. Overall, when we look at the gross receipts, we're seeing, compared from last fiscal year, 129 million. This year we've seen 119. That's 10 million shortfall. That's like a negative 8%. And we just keep going and seeing that as we look at all of them, we're seeing like some $51 million shortfall. Is that an accurate analysis?
Good day, Senator. Yes, I did look at that comparison, and I will say a number of taxpayers have decided to file by the extension date. So although last year they would have filed by April, they haven't filed yet. So we're anticipating that difference.
Remind them for me when they need to file.
Say that?
Remind them for me that we need to get these revenues. We're short.
Yes, October, 6 months after the filing date, October 18th is the extended filing date. So, I did look at it, and once again, a number of people who would have filed by April for whatever reason decide to file extensions.
What's important, why this conversation is important is because we manage our resources, our operations rather, on cash, correct? So if we are not generating cash in the Virgin Islands, if we are not paying our taxes, et cetera, then the expectation that we have as senators and our community that the Department of Finance will be able to pay out their invoices in a timely fashion, that creates a challenge, correct? So that's why we're seeing that there's a reduction, because I remember when we started the year, we had, $96 million? I can't remember how much days of cash. How much was it, Director O'Neill?
When we started?
Yeah, like in the beginning of January or late last year.
Oh, we were low. We had about 4 days.
Okay, so
cash.
before that.
Yeah, prior to that, we were up 16, 17, 18 days of cash on hand.
Right.
Yes.
So now we're seeing, because folks need to understand the correlation between why we're seeing less cash and the reason why we're seeing less cash, and that's why we took the time to do the analysis and do the comparison from last year to this year, so there's a clear understanding that, if we are not doing our part as citizens, then this is what we're going to see. So right now, we have a $51 million shortfall. Of course, the expectation is that we will see, as we close this budget cycle, because that's October, but that's still a little iffy, right? So as we close this budget cycle, so that's why we have to make sure that we share the information, that we'll see that gap is closed in order for us to really move a budget that you're asking for, because right now our cash is low, okay? All right, Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good day to everyone. I wanted to follow up on the St. Croix District, our president's question regarding the budget stabilization fund. I noted with the addition of the $5 million for this fiscal year, we bring that fund to a total of $21 million. Tell us what's the interest being accrued on that fund. I know you mentioned it in your statement that it was placed in a separate bank account, and also the name of the financial institution. What's the interest rate?
Assistant Commissioner, do you have that?
Can I get back to you?
Certainly.
Okay. So you're going to get back on whether or not this is it, I guess the question is it placed in an interest-bearing account? It's probably in CDs or something. How is it being managed?
The 16 million is in an account by itself, but I want to find out if we have a special account for the interest.
Okay.
But we have an account for just the 16 million right now.
Okay. All right. Okay. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to Central staff. Good morning to the testifiers. I want to acknowledge first, accordance to Act 6535 and the proclamation by the governor that we are now in Virgin Islands Child's Week. Children are a precious gift to us, and our responsibility to do anything and everything for their capacity and environment of growth and prosperity is important. I want to start off by asking a question concerning the cost drivers that were mentioned in the testimony. What constitutes that 41% cost driver for the Department of Agriculture?
Senator, that actually, there's a law, and I do not remember the exact act number at this point, but it gives, I think, 0.1% or this is 0.05%, I think, of the overall budget to the Department of Agriculture as additional funds. And that equated to about that $2 million increase that the Department of Agriculture is receiving to be able to do to carry out their mandate. But it is an actual act that was passed. I think it was in the 34th legislature that became law. So we are now, we have taken steps to ensure that we carry out the law.
I am happy to hear that, and I was very interested to find out what that was, and now that I know, it was actually passed in the 33rd. Concerning, moving on now, concerning the projects that are coming up, Charlotte Amalia School, Central High School, what are the approximate timelines on those projects?
Adrian Williams, Octalin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. Senator, good morning. We're expecting those to begin construction next year. We have the design process. We're going out for a design bid that a solicitation has already been let, and they're conducting the evaluations for that design build contractor.
Okay, thank you. I also saw that in your budget highlights in your testimony, you mentioned several things. OMP Director O'Neill, the Commission on Aging, are they meeting currently?
That's a great question, Senator. I'm not aware if they are meeting, but I can find out.
To my knowledge, they're not, so I'm just curious as to the budget highlight concerning that. Also, the Public Works Cemetery Wall Project for $1.6 million. Concerning St. John, we need to determine new cemetery lands for the island of St. John. We are almost to capacity. and I would like to suggest or encourage the administration to help with that endeavor. In addition, Kings Hill Cemetery needs walking aisles and spaces as well. So I'm not sure if that's something that can be, the amount go up to try to assist in those endeavors. Also, based on your testimony, you mentioned that we should note several challenges, such as the lack of timely payments, funding, and commencement of scope and design, and the procurement of materials affecting the pace of recovery projects. I took a quick look on the disaster recovery page, and I saw a number of things that were very interesting concerning, start off with the Department of Health and Human Services. There are about 8 programs labeled there that are not started, which account for about $42 million allocated, and about $1.5 million has been expended. So can you explain how money is being expended on a project that hasn't started?
And Senator, the not started portion could be the construction. There's design work that actually happens prior to, as you are aware. So initial funds early on will be attributed to that pre-construction work.
Okay, so those are costs for design. Sorry, I'm getting a feedback over here. Sorry.
Sure, Senator. I would like the opportunity to just look and see exactly what you're referring to, so that I can respond appropriately.
And Senator, if I could just to respond to the cemetery question on St. John, Department of Public Works has indicated that they are already in negotiations for alternative locations on St. John. So Commissioner Gabriel is aware of the issue and is working to address it.
Okay, thank you. There was also, Director Actor Lynn Williams, there's also a $10 million appropriation, of which $6 million goes to waste management, which waste management was mentioned in the testimony as well. And it's appropriated for the diversion of waste and equipment and operation. What is the status of that funding? Because I see about $304,000 expended, but there's a balance of $10 million.
The Waste Management Authority is again working on a design that designs for those projects. That is moving slowly, and that hence the low expenditure of funds. But we are tracking with Waste Management to get that moving. Am I looking at the other?
Okay. And as for September 30th, 2023, award
30
that's about to
seconds.
expire concerning the Medical Research Training Center on St. Thomas.
Senator, sorry, this is for me?
Yes.
Oh, can you repeat that, please? The last
I apologize. It's the Medical Research Training Center on St. Thomas with UVI. Madam Chair, may I please wrap up?
You may respond.
So the University of the Virgin Islands, again, have a number of projects that they're working on that we're tracking. And the exact status of that I am not aware of, but we can certainly check into it and get back to you.
Okay.
And the human services question, you never provided an answer as yet. Whenever you have an opportunity.
Yes.
Thank you,
Can I ask just one clarifying question? What funding source are you looking at on the website? Because
it's listed on the website with Department of Human Services. There's no funding source. It states that none of the projects have started. It's about $42 million in totality, 8 programs or projects.
Human Services are $42 million? Yeah, so that's the Head
Yes.
Starts. Okay, that helps me. That's a Head Start projects that the contracts are executed. pending a notice to proceed with the approval from the reallocation plan from the U.S. Health and Human Services federal agency.
And thank you, Senator. Did you get your response?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. So let's get back to our revenue numbers, okay? So we're gonna, since the senator is discussing projects, I will roll right into that. So how many projects, what's the preliminary or the projected number of projects, dollar amount of projects do we anticipate completing in FY 2024?
So,
or starting to completion, or a little bit of both? And then the question on top of that will be, so what do we intend to generate in taxes as a result of those projects? And did we include that in the projections that we have before us today?
Yes.
Okay?
Okay. So the revenue projections that we have made is 168 projects. Of that 168 projects, we expect that $566 million worth of expenditures based on that. Of course, we've only done it on the gross receipts, so we're looking at $28 million in projections that we've made in contribution to the budget.
And that's what you've built your budget on, Director O'Neill?
Yes, Senator.
So the $28 million in gross receipts. There was no consideration for individual income taxes. So are we being conservative?
Yes.
We are always conservative.
Okay, so there's was no consideration for individual income taxes?
Well, I wouldn't say no. There's minimal.
Okay.
But there is some that we did account for in individual and corporate, in particular corporate, more so than individual income. But, we can get you those percentages that we use as.
Okay, that would be important. And the reason why I asked the question is because when I look at your preliminary, and this is page 52 of your budget, right? When I look at your preliminary actuals for FY 2022, under the individual income taxes, there's information, but then what we did is we kind of drilled down a little deeper, and we have some revenues from anticipated projects for FY 2022 that the budget was submitted with zeros. So I guess the question that I have is, how are we really monitoring this, or do we truly have the ability to monitor what's coming from these FEMA-related type projects? So disaster-related is the better word, projects.
So, Senator, I will say that there are some that we are able to track right off because we know what those contractors are. The payments, the 5% is taken immediately off the top. We can track those, and ODR, and I think even IRB can provide those numbers. Then there's the other part, the individual income, et cetera, that makes it harder because we don't know all of the employees,
right,
et cetera. So those are harder to track. Now, when you look at what's in the book, because it's not separated out, when we give a preliminary actual, it's inclusive of everything. But on the projections, we will separate it out so we can have an idea of what to expect from projects.
Understood. So you roll that up to the top.
Correct,
the
Senator.
Top meaning, just for the sake of those that's looking at page 52, colleagues, under individual income and corporate income in particular, if you look further down on the page, you'll see in red it says revenues from anticipated projects. So it's blank because they roll a number up into the individual and corporate numbers for that particular year. And then the projections would show it. And then once you move into the year, then you roll it up.
Exactly, Senator.
Likewise. Okay, understood. I wasn't clear on that. So that's good. So then let me ask you. So in FY 2022, we saw a budget of 2023 rather. We saw a budget of general fund, of course, 928 million, not with all the other revenue sources. And this year, you submitted $969 million. So that's some $40.1 million more than FY23. So tell me, how are you generating that extra revenue from last year? What did we project in projects? Because this year you're projecting $566 million. How much did you project this fiscal year, 23?
This fiscal year, we have it, if you look at the second column, it's that the 91 in total, 91.2 million that we have as the year to projection, fiscal year 23.
So only 91
in projects.
In projects.
In projects.
Oh, so this year is this upcoming fiscal year 24 would be the year to see true progress.
Correct,
That's what you're basically saying.
Correct.
So, hence the reason for the anticipated $41 million increase in your projections for FY 2024.
Correct, Senator. Because
Okay.
if you remember, there have been some delays, as we noted, in some of the projects kicking off. And so the project revenue in particular did not come in as high as we anticipated because of the major delays. Now we have so many projects that are already in design, and Adrian can speak to more of that, but we really think that the projects now will bring in those projected numbers.
And just to add, Senator, not only projects, but the big projects. I mean, the schools construction starting is a significant, steady draw. We have big projects moving forward with another obligation of the schools and getting the hospitals ready. So we expect to demonstrate what we've been saying for the last 2 years.
Just trying to understand these numbers because they seem high.
Yes.
So I want to understand what's happening. So, and I guess that's based on what you just shared, because I also looked at the gross receipts, and this is a little small. I didn't open it on my computer yet, but I want to go to it. So the gross receipt numbers for the Island District of St. Thomas. Ooh. Yeah, so that's also less than year on year. FY 2022 collections compared, so in FY 22 I'm seeing 15 million, and in 23 I'm seeing 11 million. So what's happening with our projects this year?
Go ahead.
What's really happening? And I'm seeing it likewise throughout. I think the only place I'm seeing where we have an increase in gross receipts is on St. John, where that 68 million compared to, no, 684,000 compared to in FY 20, 68,000 in 2022. In FY 23, we're seeing $1 million. And then in St. Croix's numbers, 4.1 in FY 22 compared to FY 23, 2.93 million. So help me.
Good day, Senator. In a nutshell, the VI government is probably the biggest payer in the territory. Clearly, we were behind in some of our contractor payments, which we are now catching up. But in a nutshell, that's what's happening. And if you know how contractor payments work, there's that thing called upfront gross receipts, where we grab it before it gets paid out. So until we actually pay it out, there's nothing to grab yet. But the good news is we are resuming a lot of our payments to get back on track. But from a month-to-month perspective, we were a little short with paying some of our contractors, the big contractors.
So then so we are now in, the numbers I'm looking at was April. So in the next 2 months, we should see a significant increase.
Yes, as long as we are paying out, we're good.
Okay, great. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. 1 second, Senator Frances Heiliger, I forgot to recognize you. Senator Frances Heiliger, please mark her as, well, actually, she's not a non-committee member, so thank you for coming, and you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
IRB director, when you just made note of potentially the lower gross receipts tax because of government non-payout at the time, what percentage of our gross receipts is for government non-payout versus potentially collecting gross receipts from businesses?
That I don't have. I'd have to get back to you on that one.
So if you don't know, why would you assume that it's down because of the government non-payout?
Because the government is the biggest payer for that upfront gross receipt mechanism.
So you're saying, okay, they're the biggest payer, but overall, collectively, wouldn't you have an analysis as to how much the government covers, how much businesses cover?
Yes, we have that. I just don't have it right this second for you.
Okay, through the chair, Madam Chair, could we please request of the IRB director to please share with us the overall balance of gross receipts collections, comparison businesses versus what the government pays? Thank you.
And you do have the breakdown.
He said he doesn't have it right now.
But
I could
you have
get
access
that
to it.
generated. Yeah,
Okay.
I would have to.
Thank you.
So we'll make a note of that. Senator DeGraff, so the request is a comparison between business, government, gross receipts received. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Acton Williams, the Bovoni project, through the chair to Director, the Bovoni project, where we were at, and money is expended for that, and you could give us a quick update on that.
Sure.
Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Senator, and Purple Shop Road?
Yes,
okay.
all four.
Of course. So the Purple Shop Road project has been designing and putting in some drainage. It's not just repairing the road, they're doing drainage. There's an issue relative to property ownership that they're trying to resolve because some of the drainage plans calls for easements on existing property owners. So their Department of Public Works is working on that to get that addressed so that they can have the property owner agree on it so they can put the project out to bid. In the interim, Commissioner Gabriel has been committed to trying to provide temporary solutions to keep that road passable so that the folks can access their homes. But that's the next step. Once that's agreed upon, then we can put it out to bid and get contractor to get the work started.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Graff. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and pleasant good morning to all the listening audience. And I want to give special blessings to our veterans. We just recently celebrated Memorial Day, and I'd like to take this time to give thanks and praises to all our veterans. All of our veterans, as you know, they gave a lot. And some of our veterans, they gave all the ultimate sacrifice. So remember them, Memorial Day and always. I'd like to say welcome to all the distinguished and honored panel giving testimony before this legislative budget committee today. Welcome to my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, blessings. I'd like to thank Ms. O'Neill, OMB Director, on the comprehensive budget you presented today. All 869 pages, $1.4 billion. See money day. It looked like on the front page, they got one of my colleagues dancing quadrille, having fun, but he tell me that ain't he, so I gonna take his word for it. I'd like to say this budget was completed with no increases in taxes to the poor, the elderly, the blind, the disabled, and those that cannot help themselves. So congratulations to this administration. Job well done. As the chairman of the Hospital's Health and Human Services Committee, I am also elated to learn in discussions with the OMB director and the president of this 35th legislature that we can take relief that this administration is working on a plan, a permanent solution concerning the dialysis facilities in our territory. We all know the problems with evacuation of residents after the hurricanes to receive kidney dialysis. And my fellow Virgin Islanders, I sincerely believe that there is progress in the coming weeks with kidney dialysis. And special thanks to the President of the 35th Legislature. But I remain extremely concerned about East End Medical Center and also the Roy Lesser Snyder Finances and also Human Services. We need more elderly living facilities in this community, and we need them like yesterday. There has to be a sense of urgency to build more elderly facilities. Quickly now, Director O'Neill, on page 4 of your testimony, you stated there are about 25,000 members, including their families, covered by insurance, and the total bill was about $184.3 million. My question is, of the $184.3 million, is that the government share, or does that also include the employees' contribution? Is that just the government, or that's the total bill?
And can address.
Richardson, yes, please.
That is the total bill.
That is the total bill. So that's very interesting, because what that tells you, my residents and people of the Virgin Islands, is that for those 25,000 employees, I think it's 18,000 employees, and the average comes down to $7,372 per person. So I want the people of the community to know that those that have insurance are paying an average of $7,372 per person. In our community, we have a problem with uncompensated care. So I just want everybody to know that those that are paying for insurance, it comes out to an average of $7,372, and that is part of the reason why the hospitals, etc., are suffering. Okay, on page 3, Madam Jennifer O'Neill, OMB Director, you mentioned that the corporate income tax went up 15%. That's page 3 of the big book. Can you tell me what stands out that shows that it went up 15%? What stands out in that projection?
Good day, Senator.
Yes.
Jolie, Director of Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Yes.
In a nutshell, it's the anticipated projects that we tend to start through the Office of ODR.
Okay.
So once those start rolling, we're able to calculate on the back end.
Okay, great, excellent. So that means we have to do all that we can to get those projects rolling, and of course, we have the esteemed Honorable Miss Adrian that is very good, and we need to get those projects moving. Like I continue to mention, we need additional employees, and she's working good. Okay, also now on page 16 of the book, you mentioned the Consumer Price Index, that the average price of food went up 10.6%. Well, sir, you know, I need to what store they're shopping in, because my dog food was $32.99, and now it's $53. You know, I ain't too good at that mathematical stuff, but I asked my son Mario, and he said, Pops, that's a 51.5% increase. So, and then when I look at what I paying for eggs and breads, I don't know, I ain't shopping in the right supermarket. But I want to also go back to your book on page 699. Page 699, you mentioned the Deputy Commissioner of OPS, and you got 0.5. So what does that 0.5 mean? It sounds like a half. So you're telling me you have a half of a deputy commissioner, or is a half of a year in the budget? Explain that to me, please.
No, sorry, Senator, no, it's not that we have half of a deputy commissioner. It's that we have only budgeted our vacancies at 50%, just because of the time that it does take to advertise and bring people on. We know they're not going to start October 1. They probably won't start until January-ish, somewhere along the line. So we don't budget at a full 100% just because it's kind of a waste to have it just sitting.
Okay, thank you very much. And Madam Chair, thank you very much for the time. And once again, congratulations to the distinguished panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, Mr. Fonseca. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Colleagues, I gotta help me out with these numbers. Let's stay focused on these numbers, please. So, question. The budget submission for 2024 reflects some 658 positions, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Vacancies, rather.
Vacancies.
And last fiscal year, I think the budget, we kind of went back and forth with that. The submission had like 1,200 or something
It was
like
about
that.
1,200.
So are we saying that you have filled, or you're attempting to fill at least half of those positions?
I think Senator, well, Director
Because it
Richardson
seems
can
kind
answer.
of. So your PRF said, you said you submitted 600 and something PRFs, correct?
So yes, we've tracked 658 PRFs that have left OMB. And so far for this fiscal year, FY23, we've had 596 hires.
596 hires.
Mm-hmm.
So new hires, transfers.
So that's
what's the difference?
inclusive of new hires, rehires, transfers, promotions, all of those actions.
So then that still impacts your, I mean, we would need to get a clear breakdown on.
And I can provide that.
Okay, what
yes.
that looks like, because if you say 596 new hires, it's sort of misleading because there's a lot of different anomalies occurring within that 596, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so I wanted to make sure that we were clear on the fact that this year your vacancy
and
numbers
just for clarification, we do have to track our numbers based on the different types of actions so that if we do have to pull the number of transfers or within agencies or anybody on leave without pay, we do have everything coded. So we would have to track it that way. So that's why the numbers are grouped that way.
Understood. But for the purpose of actually seeing your true progress as it relates to what was in the budget in 2023 compared to what you're submitting as far as vacancies, you want to see like so. Because if you hired someone on this side in a different department, then you created a delta in the other one, so you really don't have no true movement. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
Okay.
understood.
Understood. All right, Senator James, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Greetings, testifiers. A quick congratulations to Ms. Aliyah Boston, who have been recognized as Rookie of the Month for the month of May by the Women's National Basketball Association. And congratulations to Carlos Flores, Cruz Champassi, who recently won a barber competition on May 22nd, 2023 at the Connecticut Barber Expo, which was held at Mohegan Sun Casino. He has won over a total of 6 competitions ever since relocating from the Virgin Islands in December 2021. As far as the budget excise tax, we saw where it was mentioned an increase of 0.4%. I can remember some time ago where the governor referenced that he's depending on the construction boom to help with jobs and what have you. And I know it was mentioned in the testimony, once construction within the tourism industry normalized, yada, yada. So my question, as far as the overall conversation with the executive branch regarding the whole construction industry and the collection of those taxes and revenues, can you or anyone speak to some of those conversations that are being had? Because I know it has a domino effect with gross receipts, collection of revenues, and what have you.
Absolutely, Senator, and thank you for that question. So we have been, this is actually, as you see with the budget, at the foundation of the revenue projections, keeping those construction projects on task. The line of credit also will assist to make sure that we're able to pay vendors on time, and this will contribute, of course, to those numbers for IRB, generating that over to OMB. The Madam Chair asked about whether or not we had any way for us to measure not just the GRT payments, but all of the residual payments after that. And FEMA has committed to giving us a a consultant that they're going to pay for to help us to make some of those projections even further down the line rather than just the GRT projection. So we are tracking construction clearly so we can make good revenue projections.
And while on my way here, I spoke to a commissioner, I'm not going to call the person's name, and it was made mention, and we know about the situation with bonding, and you know, some of these companies they can't afford to do it, the smaller guys. What are we doing in the interim just to help with expediting the process of these projects?
So the governor in particular has met with a number of companies that have potential solutions to address bonding. The Economic Development Authority also is working with the smaller companies because they still have to have their back office together, their financials together. So for those who are ready and just need an opportunity, that's one of the priorities of the administration is creating that opportunity for companies that are ready to take their business from that level to being able to do larger projects.
I'm happy to know that, and I will be monitoring that. Thank you for that important information. And as far as page 13 of the testimony, it was referenced a total of $25 million for retroactive wages. Just briefly, if someone could just explain to me how many individuals are covered and for what time period?
Director Richardson will respond.
Good afternoon. So initially, it was stated that it would be 25. We appropriated the 40 million. So that went into effect October 1. We have approximately 10,000 individuals who receive that payout. We are right now in the middle of processing the survivor claimants. And to date, we have submitted at least 744 payments to be paid out to those surviving individuals in the amount of over $2.4 million. We're about 75% complete in that project for survivor payments.
And what is any main challenges you have? What are the challenges?
The main challenge is that the understanding that in order to process those survivor payments, it is somewhat of a mini probate process, and by law, we can only pay out 10,000. Anything else over that would have to go through the probate process.
Understood. Thank you for placing that on the record. And the same here. First of all, I'm very happy with the GVI Fellows cohort expansion. I really wish some of them were here. You brought them down when we were doing, I think, the money for WAPA.
Yes.
Include them in the budgetary process. We want to make sure that we're getting a bang for our buck, and I'm not saying we are not, but we like to also have them here. And as far as the highlights of the budget, you mentioned approximately 2.6. As of now, how much are we spending or have appropriated for that program?
So, Senator, that's about what we have. Well, it's slightly higher that we're asking for because we didn't have full 31 individuals at the time. Now we have 31. We have 10, the first cohort, that will actually graduate out of the program at the end of September. So come October 1, they'll be going into whatever jobs they choose within government. We will be advertising for additional persons to join, which will be our third cohort. We clearly can't go more than 10 because I only have enough money for 31 at this point. We have 21 in the second cohort, 10 in the first. That's the 31 that we have. When the 10 leave, we can bring on another 10. So I will entertain the legislature at that point. But just to your point, they are involved very heavily in the budget process. They actually have worked with departments and helped them to put their budgets together.
And we look forward to that invitation in September. And congratulations in advance, and kudos to the governor and his team for coming up with that brilliant idea of looking out for young Virgin Islanders with a future in finance or any position in government. And I saw where, I think on page
30
9,
seconds.
when it comes to the cost drivers, there were 2 references to the Department of Agriculture. And forgive me if you spoke about it, where one speaks of 41% variance and one speaks of 8.8% variance. And as the chair of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, can you just elaborate some more?
Yes, Senator. So it was a typo, actually. The third one, or the second agriculture reference, should actually be Department of Human Services. So Department of Agriculture is the first one at the
Time.
41%, going from 5.2 million to 7.3 million.
Stand corrected, and Madam Chair, with your indulgence, can I just ask one last question?
Sure.
I know it was either the good Senate President or somebody during the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture where we asked, at the time, former Commissioner Positive T.A. Nelson about that additional increase. What is the challenge with getting that additional, I think about $2 million or something around there, to the department so they can be able to execute? What is the challenge there?
Well, there is no challenge, Senator. That's why we've accounted for it in this 24 budget. So that's what that increase is.
So are they going to get it for this year?
For 24,
So no 2023.
not 23.
Interesting. I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
All right, thank you. Internal Revenue Matching Fund. Do we see any light at the end of the tunnel? What are the conversations that's being had? Because I note that of course, the 2023 budget, we did not include a line for that, and we're seeing similarly so for 2024. So, what are the discussions? Is this going to happen? I know that we've had to move some of our expenditures, obligations is the word, obligations against our general fund that we previously had against our Internal Revenue Matching Fund, namely the $3 million for the University of the Virgin Islands for the free tuition program. So what are we seeing as far as expenditures around the free tuition program, and are there recommendations based on what we're seeing as actuals? Do we need to make some adjustments around that? Because we need to stay in touch with what our reality is.
Right. So yes, Senator. So we've asked, I have instructed my staff to reach out to University of the Virgin Islands because they did submit a request for the funding. And so I've asked them to provide a report on what has actually been spent and or committed for students for that program so that we can process. I am not going to release the full $3 million until and unless their documents show that it is a full $3 million. So we've asked for that. I have not gotten it as yet. Relative to the Internal Revenue Matching Fund, the discussions are still ongoing at the congressional level to get that approved, along with some other earmarks that need to happen. I don't know if Director Simmons has any further information, but that's all that I have at this point.
Well, let me ask him, because I think it's an important discussion. I know that we did see recently in the news that, I can't remember who the senator is, but there was an HR that was submitted by a U.S. senator and our delegate, and I believe, I'm not sure who else. I think Puerto Rico's
Yes.
delegate also signed on. So let's hear from you, Mr. Simmons, as it relates to what are we really seeing happening with this IRM? I mean, I know that we can't really tell from here, but what are the discussions? What's the is there anything positive that we're hearing that will possibly come out of this? Because we really need the funding.
Good morning, Senator, and good morning to listening audience. If there's a good word, is that none of the other extenders that are pending in Congress have been acted upon either. So this cover over program that for the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico is still in the works. We remain engaged with the delegate's office as well as our lobbyists and legal folks in DC. The objective is to try and find a vehicle in the Congress that we can attach a proposal to, as you just indicated. Both the President Commissioner from Puerto Rico and our delegate have signed on to another piece of legislation to try and make this permanent. So we're working all fronts in trying to get the cover over established. So we're very hopeful that it will happen, hopefully before the end of this fiscal year.
So I did not pull on the report with regards to what you've generated thus far, but could you share that information with us if you have it in front of you?
How much has been generated to date?
Correct.
Well, you know, we got the allotment last October 1. Forget, was it $200 million? I have to go back and check.
So were there any adjustments? I think that's what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that clearly.
Were there any adjustments to that number?
Oh, no. There have been no adjustments during the fiscal year.
Okay.
Primarily because the cover over adjustment has not been enacted as yet. But as I said, we expect that it will happen, and of course, once it does, we expect that it will be retroactive to January 1 of 2023, and then the adjustments, of course, will happen as well.
All right, very well. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Acting Commissioner Modest, I have a question in regards to payment for National Guard members and territorial active duty. They're receiving their paychecks. They're receiving their payments when they come out to work by paychecks, and it takes months. Can they receive their payments via direct deposit, or is there an issue with that?
Everyone can receive payments through direct deposit, but I don't know the specific issue, so I would have to look into it and then get back to you.
Okay, I will follow up on that. Director O'Neill, again, you and the team, thank you, because again, 600 and odd pages or reading, I can't even done, but thank you for the hard work you're doing. But I noticed I counted in comparison of the 23 budget book to the 24, there are 21 fund balances, a totaling of 89 million plus. That's in the 23 book, but those fund balances do not show in the 24 book. And I say estimating $89+ million. What's the issue with that?
So, Senator, we publish what we receive from the Department of Finance. I know there have been some system challenges in getting some of the balances, and that would explain why the rest of them were not in there. But we can provide the others that are not in the book. We can provide them if necessary.
Okay, so if $89 million isn't being shown in this book, and I use all of the balances from the previous year, so that's why I got 89 million. Does that mean it has an impact on this budget here, not showing 89 million now?
No, Senator. Fund balances are just paper. That's not an actual cash balance anywhere. So just to be clear, that is just accounting ins and outs. And again, we have them. Because they're not published in the book does not mean that we do not account for all of the funds and any monies that are coming into the funds.
But they're still a part of transfer out, so you have to send the money out to those accounts?
Not necessarily. There are a number of them. There's no transfers from the general fund. It's funds that may be receiving monies from fees, et cetera, that are collected and not necessarily have anything. And some of them have no movement at all. There are no transactions in or out in some cases. So I'm not sure what the 12 are that are not in the book this time, but I'm sure, as stated, we can provide those 12 to the body.
Okay. So we have 1,417 unclassified employees, 4,922 classified, 63 part-time, 148 per diem. Part-time and per diem employees don't get wage increases, right? Or do they?
Director Richardson?
Yes.
Do not.
They do not. Okay, now for the classified employees, that includes the GS, classified non-union, the 4,922.
Yes, that's inclusive of the GS.
Okay, and for the classified, all of the unionized and GS employees have received their wage increases up to date?
A majority of them have. Some of them are still in process, but we are processing them as we receive them.
Okay, so can I find out who, through the chair, could find out who are in process? What was the issue with that? Why? Who they are? And what is the amount? And unclassified employees, the 1,417, have unclassified employees received wage increases for the 24 budget?
For the 24 budget, unless an employee has a NOPA that's already approved, there's no accommodation at this point for increases, to my knowledge.
Okay, so for the 24 budget, the 18,373,306 are for wage increases for unionized employees only?
We do it as a 3% of the overall personnel budget.
Sure.
And that's because we don't know what wage negotiations would be or anything of the sort. So we account for 3% of the overall personnel budget to cover any wage increases as CBAs are ratified.
Right, and the exempt employees are
It could be covered. It could be
Right.
covered in that if there are raises for any individual, it would have to come from that same source.
And the 18 million includes fringe?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. That's good to hear. So for Chief Negotiator, I was just looking at your chart that was provided for unionized employees. They have 15 unions, 35 bargaining units, 34 CBAs. You have on page 7 of the testimony where they have 3 finalizing. You have 6 that they show that were completed to date. So if you're finalizing 3, and that's unions or bargaining units?
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. These are unions, both.
Okay.
Both.
1 minute.
Okay, so of the 16 million plus for last year for 23, 16,201,146 that was earmarked for wage increases. How much of that has been spent in 23? Based on your negotiations? You know?
I do not have that number at this time, Senator.
Okay, so based on the chart that was put in front, negotiations completed in FY23.
30 seconds.
The 6 unions estimated to 6.6 million. So would that mean 10 million plus is still from the 23 budget for wage increases? Are we going into 18 million for the 24?
Well, note that there were unions that already had negotiations and wage increases that were due. So the funds that are reserved for increases would include those that are completed and those that were previously negotiated.
Time.
Okay, so in wrapping up, Madam Chair, I still got to stick with the unions because I'm still hearing issues in terms of people waiting to get the increases. Now, the final question is, based on the numbers, are you the only person in your office that does with the negotiations? So everything has to be done through you?
Yes, I have to negotiate the contracts.
Okay, so you have to negotiate all 31 or 35?
Correct.
Yourself? Okay. That becomes a little tough. Okay, thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I want to go back to Senator DeGraff's line of questioning. So I think what the senator was trying to ask is, so within the 16 million that was set aside for fiscal year 2023, how much of that amount was not necessarily paid out, but how much of that amount was shaved off based on successful negotiations? That's the question.
Okay.
Because I'm certain that you can't tell us how much was paid out, but Union X got X million, Y million as we go.
Right.
That's what you're trying to ask.
The estimated cost of each negotiation is listed.
No, the ones that's completed.
Right. Those are listed and the amounts are there. However, some of them
What's
are
that
the
total?
total amount. So.
What's the total shaved off at a 16 million?
Right. I'll have to get back to you on that because this includes the entire agreement. And that's multiple years. So I'll have to get the exact amount.
So then let me ask this question then. So the budget that's presented to us with personnel expenses, have we included those salary increases for the respective positions that has already been negotiated, so the extension of those contracts? Or do we include that in the $18 million that we're looking at for FY 2024?
Those that have already been processed, all NOPAs that have already been processed, they are included.
So the department does not have a lump sum for those salary increases that are already negotiated. You take it out of the 18 million.
Yes, Senator.
I see.
What
So
happens
then-
is when they are approved, they send the spreadsheet that is approved by OCB to OMB, and we use that spreadsheet to release the funds to the department based on the spreadsheet.
Understood. So then you have finalizing negotiations. So you have 3, correct?
Correct.
So those 3, you intend to pay those out in fiscal year 2023?
Yes.
So if you intend...
Note that...
Correct? That's a yes?
Yes.
So you
Some
plan...
of the wage agreements for those have already been executed and are being implemented. For example, USW Masters, LP, all three
Okay.
are being...
So-
already have a portion of their implementation.
So those will be shaved off of the 16 million, correct?
Right.
OMB Director?
Yes, Senator. And so
Okay.
to date, we've distributed or disbursed 11.7 million
That's what I
out
wanted
of
to
the
know.
16.2 for fiscal year 23 to different departments.
And you anticipate that you will do... I'm asking this question because those funds were set aside to cover union negotiations for FY 2023. But sometimes we have to give consideration that the timing of the payments don't necessarily happen within the fiscal year.
Right.
So do we need to give consideration to make those funds available until expended? That's where I'm going with this.
Right.
Yes.
So, Senator, that actually, so I say yes and I say no. The reason being, I think what we found is we have departments that end up with vacancy savings. And so a lot of times they are able to accommodate the increases, even if we expend all, which I haven't seen us really disperse all of the funding. I think last fiscal year we ended up with maybe about $1 million left on the table with not processed. And this year, so far, we have 4.4 million. And if we get to a point where it is fully expended, I think that those departments may or should have some vacancy savings to address the 1 or 2 that weren't processed. So I'm hesitant to say yes to available until expended for that reason.
So we'll have the conversation closer to the end of the fiscal year?
Yes.
Fair enough. Okay, so then the ongoing negotiations of 4, AFF, USW, IAMA, RNLU, do you anticipate that those will close by the close of fiscal year 2023?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so those close in 23. So those negotiations have to come out at the balance of funds that's left.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, all right, thank you. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to everyone. Definitely, I appreciate the hardworking financial team. It is definitely not easy to manage the billions of dollars that we have to manage here in the Virgin Islands. but I am confident that everyone assembled here who we can see and those who we can't see who support those who are assembled here are doing the very best that you can. I want to just encourage you to keep up the work. It is not easy, but we all are here to work together in service of our people of the Virgin Islands. That should always be our mantra and our focus. Now, I do have some questions. My questions are going to be, one, I will start off with the tax collector, IRB, regarding your projection for the excise tax. I know one of my colleagues talked about it, and he just skimmed the surface, but I wanted to go a little bit more in depth. Now, we have the projection of the increase is 4% this year, for this fiscal year that's coming. But last fiscal year, we had it at 15%. What, and given what ODR has indicated that we should see a lot of our development and disaster project implemented, I'm trying to understand what is the decrease. Why is there a decrease when we're going to see more projects coming online for fiscal year 2024. And in addition, we're going to see more projects completed. It would only lead to rational understanding that we would also see an increase in the amount of excise taxes being collected because we have now seen a lot more movement on materials being imported into the Virgin Islands. Could you explain that difference for me?
I'll start first by saying the decrease, what was projected last year was not fully realized, that 15% that you mentioned.
But one moment, because I looked at your, and this is IRB website, and it did say, at least it says the spreadsheet is a little small, but and I'm just being, very understated with that. But it said it was 15% here on this spreadsheet that is on IRB website for May 2023, 2024, and for May 2023, it does have for the cumulative, and I could understand because we haven't reached the end of the fiscal year, it's at a negative 4%. So I'm wondering if we are really scrubbing the numbers. You have it up?
Yes, Senator. I'm trying to...
For the excise tax, it's on your website. For the May 20, because I did a quick comparative analysis. So help me understand it. For both May 2023 and May 2022. Those two time frames to just see a comparative analysis between those.
Are you looking at a cumulative figure?
Yes, I'm looking at the cumulative, the percentage.
I guess I'm seeing a 3% cumulative, so I'm not quite sure what.
You're seeing 3% cumulative? No, mine no.
No, I'm looking at May.
May. Okay, so, but my I don't want to waste up my time because I have a really other burning question. But what I'm trying to understand is how are you decreasing the amount of your collection for excise taxes from 4 to 4% for this fiscal year when you're going to have so many big projects as ODR has projected that it's going to be coming online?
Well, what I reflect on the website are actual collection figures.
Right.
What collaboratively we do is a projected figure. So I think we're comparing apples to oranges, I think.
Well, actuals, proposed budgets and projections are based on actuals.
Not necessarily.
Most of the proposed budget. If you have a proposed budget, you usually have some actuals. You have to use at least some actuals and what you propose. So you don't think you think the 4%, let's just say the 4% in excise increase, you're comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that's very conservative given that you're going to have these other projects coming online.
Well, one thing I will indicate, we were aggressive, if that's even the best term we could use. And then next thing I know, we had supply chain issues, which really threw us off. So we're actually...
Okay, so my point is you have supply chain issues. I granted that. And you had issues regarding FEMA and getting the funding to pay out and all of that. But with the LOC that was passed, you should be seeing a little bit more traction on that. But I will leave it. If you're comfortable with it, I would think it would have been an increase. Now, I just want to get into...
1 minute.
And this was what I really wanted to get into, regarding the federal grants, page 13 of your testimony, Director. And I noted on page 10, you indicated federal funds for our proposed budget is $334 million, and that's the top line of the funds
30
available.
seconds.
What was the rationale in not including the other funds into the budget, federal funds? You have $17 million for the Department of Interior grants, and this is just federal grants we're talking about. You have hurricane disaster recovery, $4 billion. COVID-19, $157 million. I'm not including the university because they usually have their own budget. Because you only included one of those line items for the federal funds and not all of the other three.
Yes, Senator. So the reason for that is because the non-disaster grants typically have personnel and et cetera assigned to them. So they are and will always be a part of the budget because in most cases they require a match. When we look at the Department of Interior grants, any hurricane disaster recovery grants, and the COVID grants in particular, they do not have regular budget implications. They don't have personnel tied to them. They are for specific things, and so we do not include them as part of the overall budget. They are part of what we spend. We report on them elsewhere, but we don't include them as part of the budget per se.
Okay, and so these would be funding sources. The reason you included them is these would be funding sources that pay like TANF grants, PrEP, grants that
medical
you receive,
assistance, et cetera, where we have a number of people.
And these are reoccurring grants.
Correct, Senator.
Okay, so
these are the regular annual grants, exactly.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Point of information.
Senator Joseph, and I have to go back to Senator Joseph's the excise tax matter that she highlighted. So our excise tax numbers should be higher than our projections should definitely look higher because when we look at it, we're seeing in FY22 some 36.7, the year-to-date projections for FY23 some 37.4, and then 24 we're only projecting 37.6. So I'm going to ask that we just go back and look at a number again. I understand we're trying to be conservative, but if we are going to move those projects the way that we shared earlier, then we should see a significant, maybe not, perhaps not, because do we give those companies who are coming, bringing supplies in for government-related projects a break on the excise taxes? Because if that's the case, then I could see why we're having this conversation.
Typically, no. But that's a great question, simply because
I've seen it before. That's why I asked.
If the government brings it in, it does get waived. So it's a hybrid of a scenario that.
So when Actalin comes back, I'm going to ask her what is it they're actually doing, because if that's what's happening, then I could see why there's no movement on this. If it's not happening, then there should be movement. So thank you for that, Senator Joseph. That was a good point, and I need help. I need folks to kind of bring this stuff out so we could really have the discussion so we can understand what's happening. So thank you. Senator Fonseca, you recognize you have a point of inquiry?
Yes.
And then we're going to take a break because we have to take a break.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm asking for some assistance here. I'm trying to find out, I'm on page 697 of the budget. I'm trying to find out where is the line items for food, supplies, medicine, etc. for Herbert Grigg for the home. Can they provide me that information so later on I can
Okay, so just let me just share with you. So today, we are basically dealing with the revenue details as it relates to the government send down a budget for, particularly for the general fund. That's usually our primary focus on some of the special funds. Some $969 million, almost $1 billion in GE, right? General fund. And our primary focus is trying to get the government to justify why they believe that they can meet the 969. When the Department of Human Services, that's what you asked about, or that's Human Services, then they would be able to drill down and share with you the details around the respective units, divisions within that respective department.
Yes.
Okay? Okay. All right, very well. So we're going to take, if we don't have any more points of inquiries for now, we're going to take a Director O'Neill, before we take the break, you would like to say something?
Yes, Senator. Just one thing. I know you spoke earlier about the fiscal year 23 budget being about 928, 929. There was one thing that is coming to you because it was missed, and that is the 25 million for retroactive wages.
Oh, you didn't? I was going to come to that.
Yeah.
That's part of my notes.
Thank you. So I'm just letting you know that it is coming. That was an oversight. It was accounted for within the revenues, et cetera, but I don't see the appropriation for it. So it actually should have been about 954 in total, inclusive of that 25 million. So that is coming.
So then let me ask you.
To you.
So then 954, then let me ask you this question then. Are you using some of your ARPA money to fill the delta?
For this fiscal year?
Yes.
No, we have it. We will have it, which is why it will come, but we expect it will be, as we go through, we have additional collections that we expect to come in from those people who have filed extensions. It should come this month into July. So we expect increased revenues.
Yeah, because we're seeing that the numbers are behind. That's very clear for us that the numbers are behind. So, but Director Lee gave us, and that's just for individual income taxes.
And corporate.
And then we're going to get to real property in a little while. So let's take the Acting Commissioner Elliott.
Budget Stabilization Fund is an interest-bearing account and does for $15,000 in interest. 0.0.
Yeah, so that's something that, so we have a whole financial team. So we know that that's not good enough, right? Because that's an account that's sitting there dormant. So we cannot keep those funds in that account.
Correct, Senator. We are taking steps to put that into a higher interest earning account.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the committee will stand in recess for 15 minutes.
the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street and love and bless up everyone. The Rasta man no skip a beat. The Rasta man unique. We not go take defeat. The mission have been complete. And through the humble and the meek. My lyrics is my gun. No boy can't tell me no. What is the empress? She rise above the rest. Empress no beg no friend. Real empress no bend. Warrior is a warrior anywhere we go. Why? Burning fire. That's the far I run the world. Why? gets you on my mind. If I had a second chance to spend with you, I'm so sorry that I broke your heart to pieces. It's to me you're like a red rose. Woman, come back my way. Every time I see a red rose, a red wine. Or a red wine, yeah. Oh, every time I see a red rose. Oh, you're all that I'm thinking of. You're more than just a friend. Love up pour like some every rain shower. I miss you even when it's only been an hour. You're all that I want to love from now somewhere. Girl, you're all that I'm thinking of, but more than just a
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record, and we're going to go directly to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers and staff alike. My first set of questions on OMB Director. As you go over the budget and in your preparation process, what are some ways that you see austerity measures that we as a government could potentially cut costs in order to save funds? What areas?
Senator, that's a good question. We look at that every year, actually, to see what we can do. I think some of the areas, it's not necessarily austerity measures, but it's more of really reprogramming, looking or realigning, looking at what makes sense. There are some programs or projects that we do, and we've always done them, so we think that we should just continue doing them. And they may not necessarily be working or providing the actual benefit to the citizens, right? So we look at some of those, and we're talking to departments to see if maybe we can not do those and do something else that's a greater benefit, or we can join forces. Instead of this department having it, this department having it, let's just do one. At one department, fund that. So just realigning, I think, would help us to save some money.
I agree. For example, let's talk about travel. Do you guys do an analysis of the amount of travel our employees do to see if some are necessary versus what are unnecessary? Because when you have people in our territory maybe going to Dubai, Egypt, France, sometimes I even wonder what is the purpose of some of these trips and how did they in turn benefit us as a people for our own progression? You understand what I'm saying? So do you guys look at that across the board to see how we could curtail that? Because even I, as a senator, watching some of the travel, and sometimes you see there's duplicity where multiple employees from different agencies go to one conference or whatever, when you're questioning, why did all of them have to go? Why was there not a discussion in your second branch of government to say, well, maybe one or two could go and then we report back to everybody else to try to save costs? Why are those the types of conversations you believe that should be happening?
So, Senator, yes, I agree that we actually need to do a better job of looking at that and what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. I can't say that we have been doing that. We've had discussions, and I think at the cabinet level, there are discussions relative to travel. But we, from the OMB standpoint, for instance, or even from the financial team, we're not able to always see what departments are doing or where they're going.
Can you make recommendations?
Why. So we can have the conversations further in cabinet meetings, yes.
Okay, good. The ARPA funds, well, before I jump onto those, have we been able to secure this $100 million line of credit as yet?
We are in the final stages of that. We expect to close probably within the next 2 weeks.
Okay. And I know some ARPA funds are being held at JP Morgan in order to help deal with the offset, and the interest is going to help pay off. And with the conversation Congress is having, how do we potentially deal with that now if there's a possibility those funds could go poof if we don't expend them? Or have we already obligated them to specific things and it can't be undone?
So the funds are technically obligated per the plan that we submitted to Treasury. But we have been assured by Congresswoman Plaskett and further discussions, as well as all the reports that we have gotten out from Congress with this last act that the president signed, that ARPA funds or anything COVID related is actually not being pulled back. So we're not in danger of losing those funds.
Well, I wanted you to say it because it's a conversation that's in the public. Right. And a lot of times when people hear ABC, sometimes things become the gospel truth without facts being put out to the public. One of the things I wanted to find out, because you guys kept sending out this 2-year budget, which I am not in favor of, but I noticed that it's almost like we're over budgeting even when we recognize that the revenues are not coming in. So I'm starting to wonder, do you guys intend to use any of the ARPA funds? Because I know some of those fundings were available for operational purposes, et cetera. So I'm trying to wonder if there's a situation where this over budgeting potentially opens the door to now shift and use some of that funding, when I really believe a lot of it should be used for the necessities of the people of the territory. Tell me your thoughts as to why we're always over budgeting, even when we're noticing those revenues are not showing up.
So, Senator, I cannot agree with you that we are over budgeting. We've actually been very conservative, and we have not been over budgeting at all. We are able to address all of the appropriations. We've not had budget cuts. Over budgeting would mean that we are having budget cuts throughout the year, and we have not had any budget cuts since 2019.
Let me rephrase it. Our revenues are not coming in.
They absolutely are.
As the way they should. For example, hotel taxes are down. Is that a reference in regards to potentially what came in last year versus this year? Could you, hotel occupancy taxes, could you share a little bit about that? Because I thought we might have seen a little bit more, or is it something that's going to roll in after, we had Carnival this year. There was always this narrative for the millions of dollars that come in during Carnival. Tell me a little bit about that, just using hotel occupancy taxes as an example.
Good day, Senator.
Good day.
Dolly, Director of Internal Revenue. Well, I know for a fact that hotel has been a little fluctuating.
30 seconds.
Because we had a delay in opening of hotels. But overall, we've been making up the shortfalls in other areas. So I don't want to say we've been down, but for example, corporate income was higher than what we anticipated, and actually individual. So whereas we may have a shortfall here, we make it up in other areas
someplace
as well.
else.
Yes.
So when it comes to, say, you said individual taxes are down.
Time.
Madam Chair, could I just wrap up? Thank you. When you speak to individual taxes are down, are you recognizing that because maybe our workers are getting a smaller piece of the pie and you're seeing more revenues come in from corporate? How is that shifting or balancing out from your bird's eye view?
For right now, it's a timing difference. Because
Okay.
I did an analysis of who filed by April of this year and last year, and the number of people who filed last year did not actually file. They're on extension.
Okay.
So we won't see that until
Maybe a little
October.
bit later
Correct.
on. Okay. All righty. Thank you so much. I'll continue my line of question if we have a second round. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. And we do see that there is a reduction in our hotel tax of some 13% as of April. Is accurate?
Yes.
So are we collecting all that we should collect? Is everything on the table? Are we leaving anything back? Are we looking at who we should be collecting from and where we're not meeting the amount that we met in last fiscal year? Last year, around this time was 24 million compared to 21.7.
Yeah. Yes, we are. But, like as I mentioned previous, I know one of our hotels did not open as we anticipated, so that was factored into our decrease.
And that's what you gotta say. You have to say it. That's very true. We got commitments here, right on this Senate floor, that they would open in December. And we are now in June, and we just heard that they opened the boutique portion of the hotel, but not the entire hotel. So based on that, I could see where the projections are a little off. But I agree with you that overall, once you see the income taxes come in and the fact that the corporate taxes are a lot higher, that we should make the grade. All right. I had a couple of questions, but I'm going to go straight to, I think Senator Gittins, you're in the room. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. And before we go, I want to recognize the presence of Senator Milton E. Potter, non-committee member. Thank you for being here. Senator Gittins, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon to all. Director OMB, premium pay. What's the status of expending the remaining funds that you have?
Good afternoon, Senator. When you say the remaining funds, what exactly are you referring to?
You know exactly what I'm referring to. You have more monies there still for premium pay, correct?
Senator, we've set a budget. That does not necessarily mean that we're going to expend $40 million in premium pay. So I am asking you for clarity.
What is the amount that you have left?
I'm sorry?
What is the amount you have left?
We have about $12 million remaining, if I'm not mistaken.
And this is sufficient to cover those first responders who worked during the pandemic that made over the $70,000 mark that you set?
Based on the data that I have, yes, sir.
Is there room for those private businesses that may have missed the mark in submitting all required documentation?
So, Senator, the period for submissions are closed. The period is closed. We are not reopening for submittals. The period is closed.
Okay. I think you responded to one of my colleagues earlier about the contract negotiations, and you stated that all were completed. And I'm receiving information that the master agreement was not signed. How could it be completed if it's not signed? Just trying to get that clarity.
Chief Negotiator will respond to that.
Senator, on page 6 of the testimony, it states that the wage agreement only has been signed. On page 7, I stated that the USW Masters contract is being finalized. So the wage agreement was signed since November of 2022, and the contract is being finalized. It's pending signature.
Okay, so that's not complete, pending the signature.
Correct.
Now, on page 3, it is my understanding that the cruise ship passengers don't contribute that much to our economy. So how can we call this a bright spot when the increase to overnight guests is so minuscule? How far along are we in payment of 2021 refunds?
Senator, we have paid for individuals who have filed through March 14th, 2022.
That's March 14th,
2022, the following year of the calendar year of the tax year.
So, okay, I'll reach out to you on that. The page 6, the 3% wage adjustments that you referenced in the testimony, are these salary increases?
It is salary increases, Senator.
So given inflation, shouldn't we be budgeting more in this regard?
More as in what figure?
I'm not sure what the figure will be, but I'm asking you as the expert if it shouldn't be more.
Well, we have
the inflation.
We do not. We've budgeted 3%, as we've done for numerous years now. It's 3% of the overall personnel budget that we've included, and it's been working and been sufficient to accommodate increases.
And on page 11, where you spoke to the schools, these projections were made on projects with expected construction activity within the priority sectors. Some of the largest spend projects are comprised of 7 schools, to include the rebuild of Appropriations K through 8 schools, Central High and Charlotte Amalia High schools, and the rebuild of 6 Head Starts on all 3 islands. I know we have had groundbreaking ceremonies here on St. Croix for the Arthur A. Richards K through 8, but where are we at with Central and Charlotte Amalia High schools? How can we actually factor in construction activity when we don't have a real plan in place to rebuild these schools just yet?
Senator, we do have a plan, and we have even more than a plan.
1 minute.
The contracts have been out to bid. It's out to bid. The contracts are being evaluated and moving towards the contracting phase right now. So we expect that we will have a contract in place within the next 60 days. That's why they were included in the projections.
So we'll see a contract in place within the next 2 months.
That is what's anticipated. We're in the phase now where we're working to execute a contract and go through the contract negotiations.
Okay. And on page 13, you noted in the budget highlights some $500,000 budgeted for DPNR's office building repairs. Is this our building? Where is this building?
Senator, this is what used to be called the WAPA building, I guess, down in Subbase. That is the building as far as I'm aware.
So whose building is this?
It is the government's building. That's correct.
Okay, glad to hear that. Okay, thank you. I think I just heard a time call.
Yes.
Thank you.
You have another question, Senator? You may proceed if you have another question.
It'll probably run over. I'll yield. Thank you.
Okay, very well. So to the senator's question, the property initially belonged to the Virgin Islands Port Authority, and it was transferred to the DPNR. Let's go back. I think Senator Francis Heiliger asked a question about the $45 million and the status. I have a wider question. What's the status of the HUD application for the $145 million? And it's a two-pronged question. The $145 million, what's the status of that? And I know we use $45 million of our funds. How is that impacting our ability to pay our vendors since we have not received that money back from HUD yet or to date?
So, Senator, that's 2 questions, right? So
yeah.
I'll address the 45. No, we have not received it back yet because we haven't closed on the line of credit. We expect to have that back, like I said, in about 2 weeks when we close. So revenues have been coming in. We have not released new refunds, et cetera, because we're waiting for that to be replenished. And so that's the impact at this point. We expect by the end of this month, though, we will issue more refunds, so once we get the 45 back in. Relative to the status...
Wait. So specifically, if the application is the application submitted and approved?
The application has not been approved by HUD as yet.
So how are we going to get the $45 million?
No, the $45 million was paid from local dollars. We're replenishing the $45 million with the line of credit.
Okay, so let me be clear. When the financial team came before the legislature, the discussion was that the application will be submitted to HUD for $145 million.
Correct. That's still correct.
So, okay, so I agree that we have not, I thought, and the question was, we meaning the government of the Virgin Islands, issued the $45 million to Vital.
Correct.
However, you have to wait for the line of credit in order to do What?
So
to pay it back out of the same government money? That's not what I'm interested in. I'm interested in finding out what's the status of the 145 million, because bottom line is we need to make the USVI government whole. That's really what the question is. Coming from HUD.
So, okay, so the application will be submitted to HUD for preliminary consultation on June 9th. The HUD is in constant meetings with HFA, WAPA, et cetera, to work out any kinks or any other issues that they need rectified in the application. We're working through those. So on June 9th, we expect to submit the full consultation to HUD, which includes the legal analysis that they requested. After that, HUD will make their decisions, and so we expect we should have a response from them probably within another month after their review.
But so you see what you guys do, right? And this is where we have to ask all the questions that we ask, and then folks become frustrated. But when the financial team came before the legislature, what was shared with us was that the $45 million was a sure shot. And what wasn't a sure shot was the $100 million. That's what was shared with us. So, many times, that's why sometimes our citizenry have challenges with some of the decisions that we make in this institution, because we lean on the information that's provided by the folks that's in front of us, which is the executive branch, who's doing this work every day, because we don't do this every day. But to hear today that we are having a June 9th discussion as it relates to the application is extremely concerning, because when the government of the Virgin Islands the executive branch made that commitment to Vital, indicating that they would be able to pay that $45 million within that window, and then the pressure came on this side of the aisle, which is on the legislative aisle, we leaned on, we made the changes that we had to make ourselves comfortable with what we were approving at the end of the day. We did not approve the bill that came down, and we have the right to do that. But to hear that we're having a June 9 conversation when it was shared with us that, we're going to take night and make day to make this happen is very concerning. And that's just our reality. I know there's no one here from HFA who's responsible for the submission of the application, but we have to be very careful with how information comes to this institution, the pressure that's applied to make the decisions, and then we come back casually, June 9th, and then we're having conversation with WAPA and HUD,
Senator, again, to be clear, it will be submitted on June 9th to HUD. HUD is fully aware. They're not two separate applications, one for 45 and one for 100. It's one application. And because HUD has made known what is required, and we're having the constant conversations with HUD, we are making sure that everything they say, the way HUD works, you have this lined up, and then you have them review, and they say, okay, now we need something else. They have now asked for legal analysis on top of the other things that we have prepared. That will be completed, and the rest of it will be submitted again on June 9th. So we are on target with HUD to still receive approval prior to the August deadline that we have to make the other piece of the payment to Vital.
Okay, so we want to make ourselves abundantly clear. Do not come back down here for that money, because you have made certain commitments. Tough. That's tough. Okay, so Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to go back to the OMB director and ask her whether or not we're talking about June 9th. Today is June the 6th.
Correct, Senator.
Have HFA done all that they needed to do to ensure that the application will be available and turned into HUD come June 9th?
Yes, Senator, what I actually just read is what came from HFA as of yesterday. So both entities, WAPA and HFA, they have weekly meetings with us, including the governor, to make sure that they stay on task. We are driving them to make sure that it happens. So we are very confident that we are pretty close to final submission. And June 9th is the date that we have. That is the date we're working with to provide everything to HUD. We're on target for that.
Thank you.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to the OMB director, first of all, Dan what was told to us. That's why I didn't support the bill, because we found out about a whopper deal the night before. That's what it is. I'm saying now to hear this becomes an issue. And why I'm saying that, because my next line of questioning had to do with the line of credit. So it almost sounds as if is there a possibility that the money won't be granted as was explained to us? That's my inquiry. Is there a possibility through the federal government that the money may not be given to us for the August date that you mentioned before? Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Senator, there's a possibility of all sorts of stuff. We have no certain guarantees. However, we also have no reason to believe that we will not receive the funds. We have worked with HUD and provided everything that they have required. So at this point, I will say that we are on target again to have approval from HUD for the full $145 million application that will be submitted in its totality on June 9th.
Point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger.
I just wanted to put on the record that the main reason why I asked that specific question about the 45 million is being aware that we use government funds to pay that 45 in anticipation. That's why I wanted to know how far along we were with getting the line of credit, because we have to dip into that to replenish our own government funds. And my concern, as several of my colleagues have shared, is what happens if, with all of these now required things HUD is asking, what if they happen to say no? That is going to throw off our budget by $45 million. So in anticipation of that, I have to ask these questions, and I am hoping that we get the money, but this seems like a toss-up at this point, and that would now put us as the individuals who's responsible for balancing the budget in a major quagmire. So I am with you. I'm hoping it works out.
Okay, thank you, Senator. So we have the opportunity to utilize ARPA dollars to cover this delta if it becomes an issue, correct?
Yes? The delta for the payment to VTOL, Senator?
If we find ourselves in a situation, because this is a risk that we took, do we have the ability, the allowability, that's the word, to utilize ARPA funds for this?
At this point, the answer to that would be no.
Okay. Where did you get the $45 million from?
And so to go back to my first explanation, the $45 million was general fund dollars that we used because the line of credit is not complete. We have not closed.
Okay. So, Mrs. Modeste Clarina. I worked with her for many years, so Mrs. Elliott. Yes, that's before she was Elliott.
Marina.
Yes. How is that impacting your ability to pay your vendors? Because I heard you earlier talk about the fact that your inability to pay your vendors doesn't necessarily have anything to do with what's happening at DOF because of the timing of when invoices coming, etc. But if we only have 12 million in cash, it was 12 million 4 days. 12 million 4 days. I took my notes. 12 million 4 days. Are you saying that if we did not pay that bill, we could have had 57 million in cash? That's what we're saying? So help me to understand that.
Not necessarily. However, how we've been getting along, we've just been trying to pay those vendors that are due within the current, within 30 days. Prior to, we would have been able to pay the full $17 million on our agent report, but because we're kind of low on cash, we're only paying those that are immediately due, since we have a leeway on the others.
You know something? As I'm sitting here, I'm like, what y'all talking about? Like, seriously speaking. So, here it is, right? We've been hearing this from January that your cash flow has been low, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I asked a question earlier about your cash flow, and I don't want to belabor this, but we got to kind of get smooth out certain things. So in January, you said that you had like 2 to 3 days, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So is it that, because we did have the month of help me out, the tax collections occurred. So were you able to take care of this because of the tax collections?
Yes, ma'am.
Please recognize the mic of the OMB director.
Yes, Senator. We were able to utilize the funding because of the April tax collections. Again, though, bear in mind that revenues change every single day, and so the days cash on hand changes every single day. Every week when we run a report, it's a different number.
Absolutely.
So it's not static at all.
So then there was a point in time that you had 7 days of cash in this year then?
Yes, Senator, right after the
7 or 8
collections,
days.
we had about 32 days of cash on hand.
Okay. Okay. Of course, my colleagues are concerned about the authorization of utilizing our general fund dollars for this purpose, but we'll have that discussion at another time. Who is next? Senator. Okay, so
Potter.
Senator Potter. Before I let you go, let me just ask. So we talked about the application. We talked about one of the things that I have to go back to though is making sure that the 2023 projections, the legislative projections, are in line with what we saw in the budget book. So I'm looking at that right now. But before we go to that, are you in conversation at all with the government employees retirement system with regards to an ask of an additional 3%?
No, Senator.
So they have not shared with you that they are in need of an additional 3% in order to pay out the annuities in the upcoming...
I am not aware of
So you're not aware. So you are aware that in somewhere about January of 2020, we increased the percentage by, I think it was 3%.
3%.
It was 3%, right?
Yes.
So now they're asking for another 3%. So that's in total 6%. So what are your thoughts around that? I mean, based on what we did, no, this is a serious matter. At some point during the budget process, we're going to have to have this deep dive conversation with regards to this ask that we are getting from GRS, because, my concern with GERS is it is in fact the gift that keeps on giving. And we've made the contributions as promised, correct?
Yes, Senator.
And now the ask again is another 3%. So there has been no conversation, financial team, with regards to the solvency or the continued solvency of the government employees retirement system?
Not for an additional 3%. I'm not aware of that conversation at all. And if you ask my opinion, I would not agree to that either.
Based on what? You got to expound.
There are a number of things I think that we need to look at, which includes the retirement programs that we have in place, whether it's defined contribution or defined benefit. And I think we're long past the time where we have to have the conversation to shift and change it from a defined benefit to a defined contribution. And so we need to have those conversations before we force or ask for an additional 3%. It needs to be a comprehensive conversation on what actually makes sense, fiscal sense, not just for GERS, but for the government overall. As everything goes up, which including the cost of paying payroll, as we continue to negotiate and increase salaries, it's costing the government a significant amount of money. With no new taxes or increases to taxes, it's going to cause a problem at some point if we just keep adding these obligations on without identifying specific sources of funds. So it has to be part of a much larger conversation than just a 3% for this entity. I think we tend to do things in isolation and not in totality. So I think I would recommend that we do a holistic look, take a holistic look at the entire needs of the government, including GERS.
Absolutely, and I have to concur with you on that. But what's a little troubling is the fact that the conversation is coming to this institution and not to the plan sponsor. That's very troubling. That conversation should come to the plan sponsor, and the plan sponsor is the government of the Virgin Islands, and then we should have that discussion, and then we make a decision. So I'm in full agreement with you, and that's why I said earlier that it's like the gift that keeps on giving. Okay, the goalposts just move all the time, but in the interim, I hear you about the defined benefit and the decisions about, all of that, but in the interim, we have to figure out how to shore this up if it's not shored up. All of the discussions a year ago was, look, we saved this thing. Now we're hearing a different story. So we need to really stop and figure this out once and for all. So my strong suggestion and recommendation to GRS as well is not only to have this discussion with the institution of the legislature, but definitely with the executive branch. Okay, so I needed to ask that question, and I'll go to Senator Pata, and then I'm going to discuss the projections, if I could find them, for how we built the 2023 budget. Senator Pata, you recognize for your 7 minutes. Oh, one more thing before, because Senator Gittins asked me to follow up on it, and that is the premium pay. So Director O'Neill, when you were here the last time, we had an extensive discussion with regards to the individuals who are now going to be paid, whose salary is above $70,000, correct?
Correct, Senator.
And you promised that you would go back and have the discussion with the chief executive of the territory with regards to opening the door. And the reason why, I have to make sure I put it on the table, the reason why was because we believe that if folks didn't follow instructions and submitted the 70, who are over 70, and those that followed the law or followed the policy didn't submit, why should they be penalized if they followed the policy? So you earlier said the period is closed.
So, Senator, when we actually went back and looked at what we'd put out, and it was that entities were to submit all of their documents. We didn't tell them not to submit those over 70. It's just that those over 70 were not going to be paid. So that made over 70,000, that is. There are a number of entities that submitted the names of all of their employees, regardless of salary. And that's why we have that information. At this point, based on my conversations, the period is closed. I'm sure the governor he will, if he chooses to change his mind, he will let me know. But as of right now, the period is closed. So we're not going to reopen.
So wait, let's be clear. When you were here the last time, did you ask him?
Yes,
you
Senator,
did.
we
Okay.
did have a conversation.
Just wanted to make sure that was
We did,
discussed.
yes.
All right, understood. So Senator Gittins, that's the answer. So we have to figure out how we use our lobbying efforts to get this done. All right, Senator Potter, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello.
Please recognize the senator's mic.
Thank you.
Not on yet.
Testing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I'm hearing my voice. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, colleagues. Special good afternoon to the entire governor's financial team. I wanted to really start by asking, I had an opportunity, Director Lee, to look at the IRB's website, look at your website, and looking at the cumulative collections through May of this year when compared to May of last year. The numbers definitely are glaring. There is a $51 million decrease, as you know, in collections when compared to the same time last year. What are your anticipated collections projected through the end of this year, this fiscal year?
Good day, Senator. We anticipate meeting our budgeted projections. The reason why this is uneven, as I mentioned before, was that a number of filers who filed last year by April actually filed extensions. So those filings we won't see until at the end of October, 6 months after the filing date. So that's what this differential is driving this.
I got you. Thank you. Thank you for that. I was looking at, Director O'Neill, I was looking at your testimony on page 8 on the local revenues, and I'm seeing corporate income taxes an increase by 15% projected for FY24. Real property tax increase by, I think, 5%. Corporate income tax, 15% increase. And then corporate income tax increased by 15%. And personal income tax, a decrease of 2.7%. And I was trying to understand, it seems as though the trend is for robust economic activity, definitely significant growth in terms of corporate taxes and gross receipt taxes. Why are we seeing, based on that profile, why would we see a 2.7 decrease in personal income taxes, just from your perspective as a subject matter expert?
Thank you for the question, Senator. One big reason we are having difficulties, and this is across the board, public sector, private sector, in finding people to work. And so if we continue to lack in staffing, even as we have these major projects, et cetera, and not having enough people to work, we don't expect that there will be a significant increase. It may start to level off from where we are, but not necessarily have a huge increase if we don't get additional people to work, an increase our labor force. So that's the biggest reason.
But isn't it, if you're looking at the chicken and the egg sort of debate, wouldn't it be critical, wouldn't it be necessary to have the labor force in order for the corporate taxes or gross receipt taxes to be increasing? Wouldn't that drive the increase in economic growth?
No, not necessarily, Senator. You have a lot of contracts, for instance, and as we kick off these projects, they're using the same people, but the cost is higher. So your corporate income taxes, et cetera, would be higher. Not necessarily that you have more people to drive up your individual income. Your corporate would go up because those companies are being paid more. Right?
What about gross receipts?
And gross receipts, again, because it's coming off the top, 5%. The contracts are more money, so you get higher. So you will see, based on what we're seeing and in the trends, it's that personal, because of the labor force issues, will start to level off. So there'll be a decrease from what we're used to because we've been increasing every year. So it's going to start to level off. But corporate and gross receipts, we expect that to continue to go up based on the projects and the escalating cost of those projects.
Okay. So the 2.7% that you project, I'm trying to understand, or help me to understand how, when you're crunching your numbers, when you and Director Lee and the team, it's kind of coming together to make your projections. What's the formula, or is there a formula in determining or doing the projection of the 2.7% decrease? How would you arrive at that figure? Roughly.
It's real complicated, actually. We're obviously looking at historical data. We look at what projects we know online. We take a look at Department of Labor and the labor force that we know we have versus those who are applying for jobs, the unemployment rate. There's a number of things that are factored in to get us to this point. And so we have models that are built out that factor a number of things in.
Okay. So in spite of the challenges, recruiting a viable workforce, in spite of all of that, you still are optimistic in seeing this 15% increase in gross receipts and some of the other categories that we spoke about.
1 minute.
Yes, Senator.
1 minute. Okay, thank you for that. Last year, shifting to the GRS, last year there was a shortfall of, I believe, like $30 million or so. And I'm talking about the GRS, the SPV payment. I think there was $158 million that was due for the first year, and the second year is 158, and then it decreases. And I think you had to pay, some 30 million. Is there projected
30 seconds.
Shortfall anticipated come October when the next payment is due to the GRS?
So I'll ask Director Simmons to respond to that.
Hold my time, please.
I'm sorry.
30 seconds.
Senator, could you repeat the question, please?
No, it was. I was speaking about the SPV, the payments to the GRS. I believe that last year the PFA had to pay, I think, some $30 million to make up for the $158 million payment to the GRS. And I think another payment is due October 1st of this year again. And the question was really, do we anticipate a similar shortfall this go round? And what is the anticipated strategy for making that payment?
At this point, we're still hopeful that the cover-over increase will be enacted by Congress before the October 1 payment is due. If not, then we would have to really look at what the collections have been. We do anticipate there will be some increase in the collections based on the activity by the rum producers. However, there, in all likelihood, will be a shortfall if the cover-over extension is not passed. In terms of how we plan to address that, that's something we'd have to discuss with the Office of Management and Budget and the governor in terms of where and how available funding may be allocated to the GRS. Bear in mind, however, that the way the GRS note is structured, if we are unable for any reason to make a payment, it is not a default. We would just make up that payment at a subsequent date when the funds are available. So the GRS will eventually be made whole. Whether we'll be able to do that now in October 1 or after the extension is passed is something we'd have to work through.
Okay, this one final question, Madam
We have
Chair,
another
if I may.
round, Senator. We have another round.
Okay.
Is it germane to the same thing?
No, I was going to shift to another question.
Yeah.
So I'll hold off.
Yeah, we have another round. We're going to
Thank you.
give another round so the senators could get their questions in. All right. Director O'Neill, I have to ask you this very quick question. So we've been looking at the page 52 of the budget book and the legislative projections, and it seems like there is a transposition. Okay? So our projections from the legislature for FY 2023 was $937.38 million. And you have our projections listed as 959, and then you have the year to date as 937. So I don't know if it's a transposition. It's likely that it is. I don't want to go through the numbers one by one.
It's entirely possible, Senator, but I will verify and get back with you.
Yeah, I need you to look at it because, again, we need to understand what's really happening with our projections and aligning them with our budget. So please take some time and look at that. We're going to go to another round, and we're going to start with Mr. President, Senator Novelli Francis Jr. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. OMB Director, in regards to when we look at our budget, outside of the ARPA and COVID funds, do we have any funds whatsoever in jeopardy of going back?
Senator, at this point, I would say no. I'm not aware of any federal funds that are in danger of being returned at this point.
Very well. And the Division of Personnel, can you give us how many new employees we had for fiscal year 23? Not transfers, not rehires, but all new employees. Do you have that number?
Good afternoon. As of May 31st, all the new hires would be 206.
206. And what was your projection there in terms of new hires?
We didn't have any projections per se. Are you referencing the number that I gave earlier?
No, well, we talk about 1,600 employees, and then what we had done was 50% funded those employees, figuring that we'll at least be able to fall within half of what was projected before. What's the realistic number that you're looking to bring on in FY23 is what I was trying to determine.
We budgeted the 1,200. So, I just want to say here that when you ask again, and just for clarification, as I said before, the new hire number is 206. Right. And we also have a rehire code, which is at 171. And that's basically, let me just explain a rehire. I may have worked at Department of Health during the summer. I came on 10 years later. They're going to give me that same number. I'm considered a rehire, but I'm filling a vacancy.
Okay.
So as far as projections, we started to trend the hiring. So we do see a lot of more hires in that second and third quarter, which we are in right now. So again, we're right now at 596, and this is where we're at for FY23.
Okay, very well. And Director O'Neill, in the FY23 budget, we had earmarked $30 million of ARPA funds to offset the operating costs of the government of the Virgin Islands. Is that correct? You're looking at me strange.
That was not in 23, Senator. It was 22.
22 and 23?
No.
How much did we put for 23? 45?
None.
None whatsoever.
No.
So there was no need for us to access the ARPA for operating costs in 23, you're saying?
Correct, Senator.
Okay, very well. So the $45 million that we have just used to pay WAPA and stealing from, let me not use the word stealing, borrowing from Peter to pay Paul obviously creates a void someplace. Correct?
Correct, Senator.
And some of that void, all of us that work in government, we understand what that void could be. I have individuals that's calling me because they were airlifted to the United States for medical reason, and now it's time to come back home. There's no funding to transport them back home, and they have to access commercial airlines. They have a number of things that's going on. When we look at behavioral health issues, when we look at all of these things, that certainly that $45 million could have gone to. And, we prioritize and put it where it is. So we'll leave that alone. But at some point, Ziggy Marley sing a song, the load gonna come tumbling down. At some point, the load gonna truly come tumbling down. What are your budget challenges? What about this particular budget that gives you reason for pause, that concerns you, that keep you up at night?
Senator, a couple things there. Nothing really, I think with the exception of wanting to see more in terms of realignment, as I mentioned earlier, and finding ways to actually force a shift to performance-based so that we can start to see major improvements.
Time.
That's probably the thing that keeps me up the most related to the budget. There are some areas within specific departments that I want to do more because you can see they are struggling. And so we try to make accommodations within the budget to address some of those issues. But, overall, I think we've been able to do the best we can for the majority of the departments.
Very well, and if I could ask Director Williams-Actolin in regards to the Housing Finance Authority, is there an opportunity for us to restructure, do anything in that space to better address the issues that we're seeing, or the challenges? I think that they have a lot on their plate. And a lot of our progress and success is predicated on us being able to move the needle on a number of capital projects that fall within their realm. Is there an opportunity for us to restructure, reshape, reform, or anything in regards to HFA that, again, could allow for greater effectiveness and efficiency?
Senator, the governor has been looking at a number of options. He has announced in his press conference that there's portions of the portfolio of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority we shifted for project reasons for the disaster recovery funding so that HFA can really focus on developing new housing and really meeting his goals for the housing mandates. So there's some restructuring that's in play right now that's being discussed and outlining what that process will be, but really trying to ensure that the Housing Finance Authority can focus on getting new homes constructed and again structuring up for the MIT funding that is now online.
And Senator, just to piggyback on that as the board chair, we are looking at, from a board perspective at a number of initiatives within the agency. And so we expect to have a lot of those things coming up in the next few months in certain areas that we're looking to work with the team to improve, which includes getting a permanent executive director as a major issue that we have been facing.
Thank you for your responses. Does that meet you? Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry to the chair, to the OMB director. I know I'm hearing two of my colleagues say they're going to leave this $45 million alone, but I don't want to. I want to ask a question exactly. Who authorized you? I'm trying to figure out, and I'm trying to genuinely understand how you could just go in, take up $45 million, pay a bill for WAPA, and the legislature. How does that work?
Senator, we came to this body to receive approval for a line of credit. The line of credit is not yet closed. We have an obligation to make a payment by a certain date, and the payment was made utilizing the funding we had, and the monies will be put back into the general fund. But that's
not the question I asked.
Once the line of credit is...
The question I asked is who authorized you to do it?
The authorization was the authorization for the line of credit and the $45 million that was included in that.
Okay, so Senator Francis Heiliger, Senator O'Neill, Director O'Neill, you did not, I know, right? You're right. Y'all did not have authorization. I mean, that's where the senator is going. You didn't have authorization. You cannot utilize general fund dollars without coming back to this institution and saying, hey, we have a challenge, and we need a special session to authorize a payment out of the general fund. You didn't have authorization. Bottom line, you did not have authorization.
The only people have the right to do that is the legislature.
Okay.
So
one person.
I'm confused.
Yeah. Okay, Senator. So you didn't have authorization, and I don't believe there's any senator within this institution who wishes to leave that matter alone.
Well, I said that, ma'am.
Senator Francis Heiliger, this is like my meeting, and you and I cannot speak at the same time. Okay? You asked for a point of inquiry. Order. You asked for a point of inquiry. I gave you the point of inquiry. A point of inquiry is one question. I gave you, you got your point across. I followed up and I assisted. I gave you the assist with ensuring that the government financial team understands that they do not have the authority vested in them to do what? To issue $45 million without the authority without legislative authority. That was already on the table. They're wrong. They should not have done that. We've established that, so I don't think that any member of this institution wishes to leave that matter alone. We could beat the dead horse that it was done, but that's not something that we are going to sit here and act like it was okay. And I'm going to go to the next senator, Senator Francis Heiliger. I'm going to go to the next senator. The next senator is Senator Angel Bulques Jr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director O'Neill, the Senate President asked a question concerning grants that may be in forfeiture. I'm looking at project number F80D5, which is slated to end on September 30th, 2023, for a line leak testing inspection on 55 underground storage tanks in the territory, of which only 18,000 has been expended of the 400,000. What's the status on that project?
Senator, is there a name on that FH, whatever that number was?
F80D5.
Is there a name or?
Before my time, maybe we can communicate on it offline, being that my time is running, but
Yeah, Director Williams Octolin will have that, so you can reach out, we can discuss that after.
Thank you so much. I know that we have 596 new hires. How many of them are phasing out by the end of the year of the current GVI employees? Do we have a number on that? Meaning retiring? Okay, time is ticking.
I do have that number. Actually, I have the number that I have is inclusive of those that are deceased, dismissals, resignations, and retirement, and that's 214.
214, thank you. Okay, 214. Quick question about our credit rating. Currently, our rating is CAA3, which is considered a poor standing and a high credit risk. What is the strategy in increasing the territory's credit rating?
So, Senator, the first thing I think we need to do, which we have been working on, is to become current on our audits. That is one of the things that they look at as part of the credit ratings. We just finalized the fiscal year 2020 financial audit. The program audit should be completed by the end of this month. And we are moving in tandem to get fiscal year 21 and 22 completed. So that's the first step in getting a better credit rating. I think that has been consuming us. We can't even attempt to go get or request anything else from the rating agencies until and unless we do that first.
Once you have the report through the chair, would we be able to please get a copy of it? In addition, the territory is still on the EU blacklist as well since February 2023 was the last publishing. Can you elaborate on what that means and how that impacts economic opportunities, and what is the administration's strategy in bumping up?
1 minute.
The administration continues to work with the State Department and the delegate to get us removed from that blacklist. We are not an entity unto ourselves. We are U.S. and really should not be on the list. So we're working with the federal government to get us removed from the list. I don't know at this point. I can't say what the impact is, but we are working to rectify that quickly.
Okay, and also are there any
30 seconds
effort to foster public and private partnerships to ease what would be considered the financial burdens of development?
Sure, Senator. I mean, in addition to, the Virgin Islands Public Virgin Islands Ports Authority, is engaged in a number of those initiatives right now, and I don't know, Director Williams-Octolin may have some others that she would list.
Yeah, sure, Senator. In addition to what Director O'Neill said, we have been looking at public-private partnerships for a number of our projects that can help it move forward. One example of that is also our correctional facilities, looking at ways to leverage the existing funds that we have with private entities for management, construction, and helping to move things further along.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Senator Bulkas. I'm now going to recognize Senator Giovanni James Sr. You're recognized for your Senator. Everybody's going to have 4 more minutes, so you can, if you have a point of information, you can use it on your 4 minutes. Senator Giovanni James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question to ODR, if I'm not mistaken, and then probably OMB. Based on an article, it was May of 2023, it was mentioned that we received over $800 million for the Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center via a grant through FEMA. So if you can just quickly give us a status update on the funding, have we received those funding, give us some timelines?
Sure, Senator, that's the obligation that we've received for that PW for the the reconstruction of the Wang F. Louis Hospital. That project is, they're finalizing the design. The first step would be to demolish the old facility. So now that they've moved into to JFL North, they're working on constructing the critical admin building so that the administrative portions of JFL can move there and begin the demolition. So now all the funding is available to us right now, just to execute those steps. First, starting with putting out the bid that we expect to have completed and contracted by the end of this year.
Great news. And are you currently utilizing any agencies or organizations or companies to assist you with this endeavor, or do you plan to work with one in the future? Do you have any organization or any company who is assisting you with this endeavor?
Well, the Territorial Hospital Redevelopment Team is leading that effort, led by Mr. Smiles.
Okay, great news. Thank you for that. And OMB, I know you can't really speak for OCR, but of course, your job is to manage the overall budget for the government of the Virgin Islands. As far as the FY 2024 budget, and with all that is going on with the conversation with cannabis, the rules and regulations, can you see us next year, God's Spirit Life, collecting revenues, getting it up and running?
Well, I certainly hope so, Senator. I certainly hope so. We are having continuous conversations. I've spoken to Commissioner Evangelista on this, not necessarily to OCR directly, but Commissioner Evangelista. And so we do expect that next year we should start to see some revenues coming in.
And have we factored that into the budget? No?
At this point, no.
So we're just playing it safe for now?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Well, we look forward to that. And as the chair of that committee, I look forward to hearing some great news regarding the rules and regulations. And quickly, the shutdown of the Lime Tree Terminal and Refinery obviously came with some disappointment and impact on the economy. You spearheading OMB, are you involved in those conversations to find out what is the future of the refinery and the impact on the future economy or budget of the government of the Virgin Islands?
Senator, there's an ongoing conversation that the governor is having with those entities and then briefing us. So not sure of all of the details, but I know that they are working to try to get to a point where they can have some sort of reopening.
30 seconds.
So that's all I have at this point.
Okay, fair enough. Just was curious because my whole thing is, as we speak about all the good news and what have you, we always have to take into consideration anything could happen. Like it can be a shift in the economy, and we want to make sure that we don't put our eggs in one basket. So I'd like to see the cannabis industry up and running, God's Spirit Life, the refinery up and running, hospital up and running. But my next question is...
Time.
Can somebody provide an update to me regarding the $10.50 versus $13.25 tax rate issue with the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation? Anybody could speak to that? For the run cover over?
Director Simmons, but I would ask that you clarify the question.
Well, at the time when it was passed, it was based off of the 1050 and not the 1325. And I know at some point, Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett was based off of 1325 when it should have been the 1050, stand corrected. And I know Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett recently commented on it as far as her efforts to get it up and running in Congress. So if anyone could just provide an update on that and the impact on the budget, of course.
So, I'll take a stab at it. We are still waiting on Congress to finalize and approve those extenders, understanding that this one for the Virgin Islands also affects Puerto Rico, and there are a number of other extenders that are included in that bill that they have put forward in Congress, so we're waiting on action on that. The Congresswoman continues to push that measure. Relative to the budget, those items that used to be paid from the matching fund dollars are now on the general fund, and we continue in this fiscal year 24 budget to also include them until and unless that 1325 is passed. So we get back to that rate. We're just going to accommodate or try to accommodate as much of those other obligations that we used to pay from that within the general fund.
Thank you. My time was called. I don't want to abuse my time. All I'm hearing every whole day is general fund, and we have to be very careful with the general fund. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Just to follow up on Senator James's question with regards to the lime tree, are we going to realize the $11 million in FY 2023? That's on the terminal.
Yes, Senator. On the terminal, there are no issues on the terminal,
right.
So we will realize that. We've been collecting about $2 million.
$2 million on the other side?
A month. Sorry, no. On
the terminal.
On the terminal.
Yes.
So we expect to realize the full amount. Yes, Senator.
Okay. No more than 11? We haven't seen any.
Not at this point.
No increases?
Not right now.
Okay, because I saw that in 2022 we saw 21 million.
We're still working through. It depends if we continue on a $2 million a month rate, then yes, we will be more than the 11. But there have been some months, and it depends on their filings, and they've been late, and so we're working through that with them. I won't know for certain the exact amount, of course, until we get a little bit closer down to the end of the fiscal year.
And for now, we're definitely zeroed out on the refinery side.
Yes, Senator.
All right. Okay. Senator DeGraff, Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Sometimes we got to just beat a dead horse. What local bank did we get a line of credit from, and what interest did we get?
So, Senator, the line of credit is not finalized, but we are working with First Bank.
That's what I wanted to put out for people to understand what we're talking about, the $45 million that it didn't have the authority to pay, because again, you didn't even get a line of credit, and we went and we did it. That's why I wanted to clarify, and that's why I voted no on the bill, because again, a lot of things weren't clarified. We jumped the gun. Don't roll your eyes, because it's just what's going on. It's the reality of what's going on, and we ain't trying to be rude or disrespectful. We're just trying to say what the reality is. And I saw that from the time it came. We have any idea what type of interest rate we might be getting for the line of credit?
The interest rate should be around 6%.
Okay, and do we have a estimated time frame as to when the line of credit will be?
Absolutely. As mentioned before, 2 weeks.
Well, the line of credit will be in 2 weeks.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, so, yeah, so that $45 million we took off and we paid it up front. Are we going to get interest back on that and stuff? So I hope it could multiply. Now, you know, I just wanted to, I got 4 minutes. I really got 2 questions. Now, I going back to my unionized questions for the chief negotiator. With 35 bargaining units, 15 units, 15 unions, 34 CBAs, and you the only person negotiating contracts, how could we keep up, or any suggestions you have to keeping up with unionized members being able to get the wage agreements and everything in place on a more regular basis? Do you have any ideas for that? Because you're only one person doing a 35 people job, so how could we address that?
One of the things we can do is sometimes extend some of the existing contracts, but more broader stroke would be to expand Act 4440. Currently, when we negotiate, we're required to negotiate contracts. However, as you see, there's 35 bargaining units, and there could only be so many negotiated per year. However, if we were able to, say, provide
1 minute.
a standard amount pending negotiations, I'll compare it to a COLA, so to speak. It's not the same, but say, for example, we were able to pay those that have not had a negotiated contract but receive a basic amount until we can negotiate. At least employees would not have to wait 10, 15 years to receive a salary increase. It's unfair to wait that long. So if Act 4440 is expanded to allow such a thing,
30 seconds.
the administration can do that. And some unions are open to it. They've already expressed interest in extending their current contracts to use the same pay plan or some type of increase similar to a COLA.
Okay, and would it be able to look like how the GS pay scales are done for every 2 years? They receive an increase similar to that?
Well, we can shape it, in terms of a stipulation, we can shape it to suit whatever funds that we have available, for example. In terms of, let's just say it's something like a COLA, like I'm explaining, it could be a percentage that the parties agree on based on the funding available. So for example, right now we have the proposal is about 18.3 million. That amount goes to the contracts that are negotiated plus the ones that I will negotiate during that fiscal year, right? If Act 4440 were to be expanded, it could go further. That amount could go further to additional bargaining units who I have not been able to go to the table with as yet, but at least those employees will see some type of increase in the meantime.
Okay, I'm probably cut down on the 18 now and the 16, I think. Okay, thank you, Madam
Correct.
Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your, Senator Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon once again to the listening audience. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. Okay, so my question is going to be for Ms. Richardson, the Director of Personnel. And I wanted to discuss the $184 million health insurance cost. And the discussion is going to be centered around trying to keep as much of that $184 million home as possible. So on page 4 of your testimony regarding the health insurance, you said that the government paid 78% and the employees paid 28%. But really the government is supposed to pay 65% and the employees 35%. So my quick question to you, it's a yes or no. Does this mean that the premiums paid by the employees and retirees could increase shortly?
It would depend on the action taken.
Okay, but the government's supposed to pay 65 and they paid 78%, so it would depend on action. Okay, good. So your testimony also informs the legislature that you're now in negotiations for the new insurance carriers. Because, you know, I remember all the time, come October 1, the insurance to be dropped on the legislature, and then there's a bunch of renegotiation. If you don't get approved, the employee's going to be out of insurance, and you know, the senators don't want that. And so, boom, we improve it. Okay, so what I want to ask you, right, and this is about keeping the money home. The VI hospitals have indicated to me they want to be a preferred provider in the VI health insurance plan for those services that can be provided on island. So what are your concerns about waiving requiring zero co-payments for co-insurance for the services done in the Virgin Islands at the hospital? Do you have a problem of waiving the copay? In other words, we could go have a service here and there's no copay. Because you know, sometimes when you go to the States, you have no copay. So do you have any concerns about that?
That would be a question that I think should be posed to the GSC board, because they are the ones that oversee those decisions. They have the contractor that deals with those decisions and selecting of the vendor through that is going through the RFP process right now. They're currently in negotiations. So that is something that they should and would be bringing to the table as part of their negotiations.
Okay, so as the director of personnel, you're not involved with those negotiations?
I'm not in the negotiations. I am an ex officio member of the board, but I'm not involved in those negotiations.
1 minute.
Okay, because you see, the other concern is I want to know why the VI hospitals can't have the best rates. Because, you know, what's happening now, right? There's the rate for the insurance for some of the ambulatory centers here in the VI. The insurance gives those private centers a higher reimbursement than they do at the hospital. Because remember, at the end of the day,
30 seconds.
This contributes to the unfunded, uncompensated care, and the VI government, at the end of the day, is going to have to reimburse. So, real quickly, the VI government should renegotiate the new fee schedules. And I need to know from you what can be done differently to make sure the hospitals are included in the insurance network. What do we need to do differently?
Time.
Again, that would be a direct question for the GSC board, because currently the hospital is not part of that PPO network.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Joseph, and let me just say that Senator Blyden was here earlier, but he's not feeling well. So he had to leave. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I wanted to focus my question this round with the tax collector, Mr. Lairden. Because, of course, we're looking at revenues and hoping that the revenues that is going to be projected here is going to be accurate. Now, I noted in the testimony from the OMB director that the revenue projected amount will increase by 5%. However, in the budget book that was sent down, that number was different. That was 6%. That percentage was 6%. I don't know if there is a discrepancy, or maybe there was, in transposing the increase. But before I go to Mr. Lairden, Director O'Neill, could you tell us for sure which percent you're projecting the collection for property tax to be? 5% increase or 6% increase?
So, Senator, thank you for the question. The numbers provided in the budget book were received from the tax collector, tax assessor, Lieutenant Governor's office, which is 6%. For the testimony, I think Mr. Latham has probably revised, and he can explain that. He's revised it, but he's now 5%. So Mr. Latham will need to clarify.
So I just wanted to get that clarity because we're going to be using the budget book that was submitted. So if you could be so kind, Mr. Latham, to indicate to us what has changed so you increase the amount by 1% of what you project would be the increase in property taxes collection for fiscal year 2024.
Thank you. Brent Latham, tax collector. For fiscal year 24, it's a 5% increase over fiscal year 23. And it also listed the fiscal year 25, which is the 6%. I don't know if that's what you're referring
Okay, so it is, well, I was looking at, thank you for the clarification. So we are not going to use what was written in the budget book, correct? We'll use what's in the testimony today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, excellent. Now tell me how your revenue collection for your property tax is looking as far as up to May of this year, or May of this year, or maybe April. April would be more realistic because you should have already finalized all of those collections.
1 minute.
Yes. Thank you, Senator. Okay, for May of this year, if you spread across what's projected for the entire year, the revenues are down because the property taxes are volatile. What we've been doing over the past several years is we've engaged in a plan that is going to streamline the collections across the board.
When are the property taxes due?
The property taxes are due by the end of June.
By the end of June.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay.
30
fine.
seconds.
And the property tax bills have already been out.
The property tax bills are going to be issued in this coming week.
Okay, but they're due at the end of June?
No, they go out by the end of June.
Okay, and when do the property owners have to pay their taxes?
They become due at the end of June, and they become delinquent on August 30th.
Okay, so how much have you collected? So have you collected any property taxes?
Time.
Madam Chair, I'm trying to get to a point here. Yeah. How much have you collected in property taxes for the fiscal year 2023? That's what I'm trying to get. I don't want to get the projection, just...
As of the end of April,
yes,
we're looking at $7.8 million.
7 point. Okay. And is that meeting the projection for fiscal year 2023?
Well, because the projections, because the revenue collections are relatively volatile, that represents the end of the low collection months. And then as we get into June, between June and the end of August, at the end of September, that's when the revenues are higher.
Okay. Just one other question. From the sale of the auction, how much revenues did you net?
Well, remember, the government of the Virgin Islands does not operate auctions for profit. So we aim to collect the taxes and penalties and related fees. So that would be just short of $500,000.
That's it?
Oh, that's $500,000 for how many properties?
Those were for 38 properties, ma'am.
38 properties and $500,000. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. That number seems a little low, but it's basically what the individuals owe. So let me ask you, just to piggyback on the Senator, what's the amount of years these taxes were outstanding before they got to the auction?
These were amongst the oldest years on the books in the St. Croix district. So it ranged from anywhere as far back as 1973. And we did not disclose the end year because we wanted to encourage people to go and pay the taxes. So we don't say how far up we came, but we're coming from the back.
Excuse me? If you put in the property auction, that should be public information.
Yes.
as to what's the inner year and what's the outer years. Yeah.
Well, the trigger for them to make the list was the oldest years. So we started from the oldest years, and some of those properties owed taxes up to and through 2022.
Right.
Right. But in order to gain a list, we would start from the back and reach to the goal of what the list is. And
Okay,
those
so let me ask a
properties-
question different, because
Okay.
you playing a little politics with me here. 5 years outstanding, 10 years, 15, 20, 25, 30 years. What is that span?
Some of those were nearly 40 years.
Okay, so what's the lowest span? Let me ask
The
you that
lowest
way.
span would be probably from 1970s come up to the 1990s.
So from the 1970s?
Yes.
So you're telling me 50 years?
Those were the oldest years in the books. Yes, Senator.
That's the oldest years, but what are the newer years?
Well-
Everybody start from 1970, or some people start from 1990 and went forward? That's what I'm trying to ask.
Well, the newest years that were auctioned would have been around 1995.
Okay, so that's 29, 28 years?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the information. So let's go back to Senator Joseph's concern with regards to property taxes. So, this year you collected real property taxes thus far of 7.8 million. And last year, during this time, you collected 10.5 million. So you collected 10.5. And now you're projecting out that, and in the year to date, then the projections for FY23 were 61 million. I know about, right?
That's correct.
And in 2024, you're projecting 64.7 million.
That's correct.
So the question is, what is it that you're going to do different to ensure that we are able to collect this additional, what it is, $4.7 million?
Yes, Senator. Well, the question is, what have we done and what are we doing? Because,
Great.
Okay.
I know that there's been a lot of discussion, so we want to hear it today.
Right. So basically what we did was, before we began final collection activity of auctions and foreclosures, we made certain that we provided every accommodation to every property owner. In addition to being able to use our new citizen access portal and see how much they owe, they can also begin make payments or make a payment plan online. And so once all of those pieces were in place, and after having given waiver of interest and penalties, or otherwise known as amnesty, a couple of times, we move forward with the final collection activity. Now, the final collection activity itself drives additional revenue, not so much from the sale of the property, but from the process of people understanding that we are at that point. So we have seen increased collections coming in over the past, say, 2 months since the auctions were announced, and since we announced that we would be beginning them. And so we expect to see a continued uptick in the collections on those delinquent accounts. Now, we track delinquent collections separately from current year collections. So once the bills are issued in June of each year, then we also track those current year collections. So to date, we haven't collected any current year collections. And that is only between June and August.
Got it. So let's talk about the timeshare units and the challenges that you had in the past. Where are we with that, and have we caught up?
Well, that remains a work in progress. We've made the tax assessor has made, the Office of the Tax Assessor has made a lot of progress in closing those loops. So for instance, we've worked with the Wyndham properties to make certain that that group has been reviewed and consolidated and billed and paid. And so we're moving on to other similar groups, a group at a time.
So the bills are now going out individually? I mean, not individually, sorry. They're no longer going out individually.
That's correct. They'll be
Okay.
going out once we reach that point to consolidate a group. Is one bill goes to the association. They deal with the respective interest owners, and they make one payment to us.
So that project is not completed. I mean, the tax assessor is not here, so you can't really answer for him. But we are very interested, Madam OMB Director, lead of the financial team. What's the status of the timeshare units and where they are with sending out those bills to the associations? That's important, because if they're not doing that, then folks still owe us, right?
Right. Well, they are on it, but it's not yet completed.
Okay, and then let's talk about the sewage fees, and then I'll go to the next senator. We've been challenged with that. What are we doing different as it relates to ensuring that we're able to collect the sewage fees from all these businesses that we have around here in particular?
The sewage fees are billed by the division according to what's provided to us by Waste Management Authority. So we have agreements in place with Waste Management Authority that they issue on a regular basis updates to the Office of the Tax Assessor that puts the bills together to make certain that we're capturing all of the potential revenue from sewage. And so we can only bill as much as they give us.
Okay, so again, that's for the tax assessor. The issue here is we need to understand whether or not, since our last conversation, I think sometime last year, when we had this very same discussion, has there been any changes as it relates to getting out there and making a determination as to who we should be sending bills to as it relates to the sewer tax, sewage fees?
And Senator, I want to make clear
And
again.
that collaboration between the tax assessor and the Waste Management Authority.
Well, the collaboration is there.
Okay.
There is an agreement in place for information sharing on a regular basis. I can't speak to if more accounts have come across because of that, but the agreement is in place to make certain that we share information regularly.
Okay, so at the appropriate time, we'll have the further discussion with him. All right, Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. My first set of questions, OMB Director, or do you know the total amount of federal funds from last term budget to now that have been returned? Funds that have been returned that we have not been able to utilize?
Senator, I'm not aware of any that's been returned.
So we were
at this
able to
point.
spend everything thus far and nothing has been returned?
To my knowledge.
Okay. Is that something you could check on for verification?
Absolutely.
Okay, I would appreciate it. Madam Chair, through the chair, I'm requesting of the OMB Director to provide information as it relates to potentially any funding that has been returned. And if we haven't, I'm happy to hear that. I want to speak a little bit about the auction because I did attend the auction in St. Croix because I also attended the one years ago that had all that criminal activity. So I personally, as a representative, wanted to make sure what were some of the improvements and things that happened this time around, not only to protect the constituents, but also our government as well. There were a couple of things I was concerned about, and hopefully there could be some improvements in the future. There were some concerns about some compliancy in regards to allowing for individuals that might have needed translators, or if an individual was deaf and somebody wanted to come in with somebody to speak on their behalf, and you guys were not able to provide these things. I kept getting the same message: those individuals have to pay, because you didn't want anyone in there that they were not going to be bidding. Is that something you guys plan to clean up for maybe future auctions? Because that was a major concern for me witnessing.
Thank you, Senator. And your question has been reviewed. We've already had an after-action review. And that's one of the things that we committed to find ways to accommodate moving forward.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I'm down to what, 2 minutes? I wanted to wrap up a little bit more in regard. I wanted to wrap up a little bit more in regards to my statement earlier in trying to understand in regards to the authorization of the $45 million that was utilized in government funds. You know, some of my colleagues believe that I am beating a dead horse, but at the end of the day, I think they're out of order for making those type of suggestions because we are duly elected as a 15-member body to be responsible
1 minute.
to spend the purse strings of this institution. And if I'm sitting here in these chambers and someone is telling me that they went on their own without the authorization of this body, picked up $45 million out of our general fund, the legislature didn't say you had the right to do it, and I'm being told I'm beating a dead horse. You know, I feel that these are the types of things that happen in our government as to why we have so many issues. This is the reason why
30 seconds.
WAPA believes they have the right to take the employees' money for their mortgages and loans and use it within their business and not pay their loans for them. And when we allow things like this and we behave so callous toward it, even in our own institution, and we know these things are not correct, this is why some of these other governmental agencies believe they could do what they want. And I personally believe as an institution, we have to put our foot down when things like these occur.
Time.
We have to shut it down. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that this responsibility was not duly vested in me as an elected official. So I'm hoping in the future, we're going to put a stop to this type of behavior because you do not have the right or the authority to take up anything out of the general fund without the authorization of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heidegger. IRB, I hear you for the day. My good former colleague is not here, but you know error resolutions is always on the table. What's the status? What are we doing about it?
You know, the
What's
thing
the
is,
outstanding amounts?
that I don't have. I can get that, but you know, as errors come up, we're just dealing with them. Error is not a fixed number. Every day, somebody files with an error, and we just have to deal with it. So it's been a never-ending battle that we are just doing our best to do. The unfortunate reality is, overall, while some of those errors possibly lead to monies to the government, some of those errors also lead to monies out of the government. And, you know, our main focus has always been to collect. So unfortunately, errors has not made my priority list simply because they don't generate the kind of monies that we need, but we are dealing with it as best we can as they show up.
Okay, so I know there was a number last year of what, about 6?
I'll have to revisit that because it changes every day.
Was
Somebody
it was
files
a
10
high
returns
number.
yesterday, and
Yeah.
if they're loaded with
Was
errors,
it 6 million?
I'd have to verify.
Or
I mean,
6,000?
we've knocked some. It would have to be. I can't imagine it being in the millions.
Yeah, 6,000.
We don't have that many tax.
I was trying to test you, but you didn't take the bait. 6,000. So you haven't looked at it this year?
Not yet. I mean, as they come up, we deal with them.
I asked a question because it does impact our ability to collect as well, correct?
There's a break-even factor because
Okay.
while there's monies collecting, some of those errors are refunds.
That's true. Some of them are refunds.
So, you know, I dedicate my team to collectible monies, period.
So is it your testimony that there is a somewhat of a balance?
Somewhat,
Somewhat of a balance, Awash?
yeah.
Okay. I think it should be a priority that we should focus on, but I know that you also, how much money you have on the street?
Last I did it probably 190 million-ish. And that is really coming from 2017, which is after the hurricane. Obviously, we have more before the hurricane, but as I looked at before the hurricane, and hurricane meaning Maria and Irma, a lot of those businesses are just not existent. A lot of the people have moved. So while we haven't completely written them off yet, their uncollectability is just not realistic.
So are you, because I remember when I became a senator first, I had an extensive discussion with you about making sure that we are aligning the records from the Licensing and Consumer Affairs with your records so we can see who's paying from who's not paying. Are we doing that now for our current businesses?
Well, we don't do the tax clearance mechanism anymore. That law has been put in place. So
Yeah.
we don't have that wall for non-paying, taxpayers. So we do review who recently have gotten licenses, the renewals, and then we deal with them. But we do chase people who we know for a fact have outstanding balances on the books. They filed, but they didn't pay, and what have you. So,
And what about these cash businesses?
yeah, we have a team
Have you
that
cracked down on them?
Yes, we have a team that canvasses at night, some of them as well, because in the territory we have a lot of cash businesses that only open at night. So.
Okay, and any, like my Senate President says, any last alibis? I think there was, oh, sorry, Senator Potter, I forgot that you, I'm sorry. Because you came after, I'm sorry. Senator Potter, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Director O'Neill, I think you accurately said that you could not guarantee that this application process would be successful. There are no guarantees in this world. I think they say debt and taxes are the only two things. With that understanding, though, understanding that the application process is not guaranteed, is the financial team actively engaging in a plan B, trying to figure out if this doesn't go the way we would like it to go, even though we're confident that it will, there's an outside chance that it will not. Just to avoid, I guess, a last-minute catastrophe, are you actively engaged in the process of figuring out what the plan B would be should things not go the way we all want it to go?
Of course, Senator. We never just have one plan. We always have multiple. And so we're working through those, and we're having continuous discussions, as I mentioned, with the governor. And we will have concrete plans B and C and D if necessary.
Okay, but so I get a sense that there isn't let us sit down right now and work through a plan B. I get the sense that you're putting a lot of your eggs in this basket, and as we all want this thing to work out, but I think that it would bode well for us all if you were actively engaged in figuring out a concrete, tangible plan B right now. You're saying that this thing is going to be submitted, I think, on June
9th.
The 9th, and perhaps 1 month later, you're going to get some feedback from HUD. Hopefully, it'll be positive. So it's not a lot of time.
We are aware, Senator, and we do have, we have plans. They're not concrete to the point where we're going to put the plan out for alternatives, but we have plans that we have been discussing in the event or plan A does not work out.
Thank you.
Senator, I just have to chime in. We said plan C. Plan C is conservative approach. I recognize the 45 million is a huge amount, but COVID was even bigger, and we did our best to battle through that storm. Yeah. So while I know 45 is a lot, our conservative plan, which you guys recognize what we do here, has saved us, and historically, it's been our saving grace.
I just know that real programs are impacted when you conserve. So there are programs that might end up having to suffer if we, in an unintended way, have to conserve and cut back and scale back. But
1 minute.
That's just my thoughts and my advice on that. Secondly, I know that the debt ceiling debate is something that was hot and heavy in the States. Bill was eventually passed, and there was a lot of talk about clawing back unspent COVID funds. And I know you mentioned it a couple times here today, but I want to ask you again. So have we done the analysis? Are we clear on what the bill looks like and what will be impacted and what will not be impacted and how we will directly be impacted by this bill? I just want to make sure that we're not taking for granted that everything is, hunky-dory.
Yes, Senator, we have, and as I mentioned, we've had conversations with the delegate, but I've also been in contact with other state budget officers, other finance officers throughout the U.S., and I have a whole comprehensive summary of what the bill entails and what funds will or won't be pulled back based on what was approved by Congress. And I can state that the APA funds and those funds related to COVID, so CARES Act and APA in particular, will not be pulled back. And that is written in numerous correspondences that I have received from other states and other finance officers. So we are pretty clear on what will be or can be pulled back based on the approval.
Thank you for that. One final question. Chief Negotiator Attorney Springett. With regards to the Steelworkers Master Agreement, do we as a government owe the Steelworkers Master retroactive monies for the 2009-2013 period? If so, is that accounted for? How much is it? And is it accounted for in this FY 2024 budget? Please recognize Attorney Springett's microphone.
Testing. Yes, I believe we do. We have a pending matter on that contract. I don't have the amount. I recall the parties had to work on the numbers and come to an agreement, and we had some slight difference that we were working on. It's not factored in here because, again, it was a continuous process of calculating what was owed. It's a large bargaining unit, about close to 600 currently, so I don't remember what it was at that time.
Okay. So Director O'Neill, just one final question, Madam Chair. So we are not factoring that in to this budget. There's no placeholder, there's no, from a budgetary standpoint.
If I may, Senator, it's a pending arbitration case. And so and the arbitrator is, presiding over that. So until there's a final decision, I could not present that to the OMB director.
Okay. So there's no placeholder, no estimate, and a rough figure that would be there to
Not at this time, Senator.
Okay.
Not at this time.
Thank you very much for your generosity, Madam Chair.
I am so happy I was able to do that for you, Senator Potter. You're most welcome. Let's talk health insurance very quickly, and then we could go to one quick alibi by each senator. I think you're the last senator, right? Senator Gittins did not return. Okay. Health insurance. Right now we're paying $72.28. Of course, I think Senator Fonseca shared that with us earlier, that every year we come right down to the wire in order for us to make a decision, and we have to do some legwork on that as we leave this meeting today with the GSC board. But we're at 72.28. 72 government, 28. With the challenges that we have with our rum cover over, in particular, do you anticipate that we can go further? I don't think that we can.
No, Senator.
So we have to have a deep dive conversation about how we're going to dial back. But the question that I have, though, is, you guys always have intel that we don't have. What are the discussions? Are we seeing some sort of an increase? I mean, naturally that happens, just a natural trajectory annually. But what have we anticipated any increase in the budget that the department's fringe numbers that were submitted to the legislature? That's the question. Or the fringe numbers look the same from last year? And you can come and you can come.
Yeah.
You can come. Just put your name, Senator, Mr. Sergeant at Arms.
State your name.
1 second. First,
State your name.
please put your name and title on the record.
Kimika Woods, Associate Director, Budget Operations, Office of Management and Budget.
Could you pull the mic closer to you?
Kimika Woods, Associate Director, Budget Operations, Office of Management and Budget.
All right, to the question.
So for fiscal year 24, there was no anticipated increase in the departments and agencies' fringe benefits. The anticipated cost has been placed in the Division of Personnel's line item. There's a line item budget for any anticipated increase.
Okay, and what's that number?
It's $6 million. I cannot.
About 6 million? We could look at it. All right.
Senator, it would be on the draft bill for the overall government division of personnel. In particular, that line, you'd be able to see it there in the budget book.
Okay, so it's under DOP.
Correct, page 84.
Okay, 84 page. All right.
$6.8 million.
6.8. Okay, and of course, the next question then is, what is our current fringe that's attached to this budget, single and family?
One moment.
Percentage?
She's gonna get that, Senator.
No problem. Well, she's getting, you have it now, or you need a minute?
It is open.
Okay.
It is open on my laptop.
Okay.
So it is not a percentage cost. It is not a percentage. It's a flat cost per individual, per single or family. So the cost for single, which includes medical and dental coverage, is $8,633.04. The family's coverage with dental and medical is $15,224.88. Family coverage for medical only is $14,945.28. That's for fiscal year 24.
Medical family is 14,000.
$975.28.
Okay, so that's the numbers from fiscal year 23. This current year.
Correct. That's
Okay.
our current rates now.
All right, got it. Okay. So give me your percentages that you have in the budget. You know, each department has a percentage that's associated with the fringe overall.
So it is 31.15%, which is, of course, is the 23.5 for retirement, 6.2 for Social Security, 1.45% for Medicare. We use workers' compensation rate based on the schedule provided on the Department of Finance website. That varies from agency to agency, so there's no flat rate that I can give you there. And then, of course, as stated, the health insurance cost is budgeted per person so it varies from agency to agency.
Okay, so even if it's budgeted per person, though, you still build the budget based on the agency. Some individuals have families and some are single. So when you build that budget, what is that percentage number you put in there for? So tell me, how you do it?
There is no actual percentage. That's what we're stating. So when we request departments and agencies to build out their personnel listing, we ask them to put what coverage they actually have, single, family. So when we build a budget, we can see what that actual cost for that one employee is. So that's why there is no percentage. We did not go ahead and use 40% across fringe benefits for all departments and agencies.
Okay, I got it. So you're saying that basically your numbers for fringe benefits are a lot more accurate.
Correct, Senator.
Got it.
And this is why you would look at, say, education. By the time you actually do the fringe and actually just use the raw numbers as you see, you'd see it differing between departments. And say education, I think in particular, was close to 50%. Also, and some other departments are a lot less. So it depends. It is very specific to the individuals within the department.
Okay, so we may need to ask them for their breakdown. That's your recommendation? All right, thank you. Anybody with a last alibi? Anybody's? Senator Giovanni James, you recognize?
Yes, quick question and greetings once again to the people of the Virgin Islands. With all the bacchanal that's going on with the Jeffrey Epstein situation, as far as the funding that we receive as a result of the settlement, what is the status of the funding?
The amount received from the settlement is sitting in a bank account, Senator, has not been used at this point.
Okay, and that's every single cent, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification and thank you for the update.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Director O'Neill, I know that you recently sent out some press release regarding the Social Security stipend. I'm still getting calls to my office. Is there a location designated for St. Croix for those individuals to be able to go to? I know that we're using the legislator on St. John, and then we have a location here. Is there any location on St. Croix?
Yes, it's going to be the elections conference room. I think it's the Board of Election conference room in Sunny Isle. That's where it will be. So I will be putting out a official press release tomorrow with the exact locations and the dates. Right now, I can tell you St. Croix will be Tuesday and Wednesday next week. And St. Thomas will be Thursday and Friday. I'm losing track of days. So Tuesday and Wednesday on St. Croix next week, and Thursday and Friday on St. Thomas, and then the following week would be St. John. But I will put out a press release, will be issued tomorrow with the exact times and locations for each island where we will be to assist persons with uploading their information.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your alibi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. OMB Director, I think it may be for you. In Act 8701, it is mentioned in Section 2 about interest collections on all deposits held, include investment certificate deposits, money markets account. What kind of numbers are we looking at in terms of interest? How much money do we have in interest of those accounts?
I'm not sure what Act 8701 refers to, or which account it's actually referring to. Can you give a little more detail?
Boy, it's so many now, but okay, for Mr. What's his name? Mr. Simmons, I would like to know his accounts that he have control PFA. What type of interest money we talking about that they have on his accounts with PFA? So go to ask him that.
Well, I'm sure. Well, I think we need clarity first of all on the question, and then we can provide that information. We can look it up and provide the information to this body.
Okay, I got to ask it through the chair, and then to get it, we get after. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So what is it asked through the chair?
The interest on the PFA funds that we have, those the bonds and stuff, that we have the interest on those that they have with PFA.
Right, I think
Correct.
I understand your question. Okay.
Yeah.
Very well. We on task to pay our bond debt, right?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. When was the last audit completed? Acting Director Modeste.
Dated May 31st, 2023.
And what audit was that for? What year?
2020.
2020. And did that audit show that we had any, that we realized any excess cash?
If we're
Excess funding?
No.
No, surplus, that's the word. No?
No.
Okay. I don't remember, I'm going to ask you to just send it to me. I don't remember if we got it in my office because I don't remember reviewing it. So could you just send it over?
It should be on our website, but I can send it to you.
Please and thank you. Octalyn Williams. Or the other way around. Other way around. That's like me. The only thing is you're still married. Williams Octalyn. HUD funds. There's been a lot of discussion about the possibility of HUD funds being returned, or there's a concern about HUD funds being returned because of lack of movement. Is any of that occurring here in the Virgin Islands? I think we need to know.
So no, there's just a concern about the pace and looking at, the expenditure rate to make sure we're on point.
So the expenditure rate, the burn rate is
not where it's supposed to be.
Okay,
Right.
Understood. All right, any other alibi? One more alibi, one question. Senator Alma Francis Hedger, you're recognized for your alibi.
Well, I would like to get some clarity through legal counsel, but they're not on the floor. Is that something we could have done?
Ask the clarification question.
Oh, I just wanted some clarification with some definitions in a piece of document, the legislation in regards to the line of credit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator, I keep calling you Senator. Director O'Neill, quick question. I want to just go back to that question that I asked about the legislative projections. I really would love for you to look at it.
Okay.
You don't have to answer now, but I think it's a transposition.
It is, Senator. I actually confirmed. I went back to the email I received from former Post Auditor George, and it is 934. So yes, it is a transposition. I have already sent it to my staff, so we will correct it and send you the revised document, ma'am.
You see, we do our homework here.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, and I believe that Attorney Springett, you wanted to clarify the discussion that we had earlier with regards to what we've paid out thus far with the union, the funds that were set aside for the unions and what you've negotiated and what those amounts are, not paid out, but negotiated, that number, not paid out, because that's very difficult for you to give us. So 2023.
Okay, for the 6 contracts that I've completed negotiations on, note that 2 of those contracts are for the VI lottery, which is an autonomous entity. So excluding the lottery, it would be $3,965,405 for fiscal year 2023.
So $4 million. Mm-hmm.
Excluding the lottery.
Mm-hmm. And 24, you can't really tell me what you're anticipating.
For these contracts that I've completed, I can tell you
what
the number,
you're anticipating for 24.
The estimated cost based on what we calculated at
And what's that
time.
number?
That number for 24 would be $714,392.06.
Okay. I thought legal counsel was
Excluding
listening,
lottery.
and I thought they would have been up here already. Legal counsel, you're being called to the floor. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your alibi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. One quick question. do we still have the $200 million invested? And is the interest from that, if we do, included in your budget projections?
Senator, the $200 million is still in the money market fund account, yes, and no, the interest is not included because we are expecting to get the authorization from this body to use the interest to make the payments on the line of credit.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Inquiry, Senator Alibi. Senator Joseph?
Thank
you
you.
recognize.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask the OMB director, just following up on a previous senator question regarding the Social Security beneficiaries stimulus payment. I remembered when OMB was here previously, it was stated that there would be an online portal available, and it should have been live by yesterday.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so I went on your website, and I'm trying to find where this online portal is. Is it a separate website outside of OMB? And if it is, if you could tell us the website address.
No, it's the OMB website. And there's a...
I went to the stimulus portion of it under the ARPA. And I actually clicked, I actually clicked, and that's how to just look up. So I don't know if it's very user-friendly, especially if we're dealing with elderly people, to submit it. Know that I'm asking this question on behalf of the elders who contacted my office and called me regarding this, because they couldn't find it, and they said the information, they weren't able to locate it online.
So when you go to the website, the first thing you're supposed to do is click on Customer Contact Center in the top right corner of the screen. So if you go to the website, you should see Customer Contact Center in the top right of the screen. You click there and you register. The first step is to register. After registering, users can then click Request Something. It actually says that, Request Something, and then click Request Assistance from OMB. On that page, you will select Social Security stipend from the issue area menu. So this is actually posted also in the newspaper today.
Okay.
And it was stated in the press conference yesterday as well. And if you have questions, you can send emails to ssi@omb.vi.gov.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Are you going to get your question answered individually, or? Pardon? Is that? All right, so I almost said Attorney Richardson, Director Richardson. You. Please recognize the mic of the Personnel Director.
I just have a point of clarification for the record. In my response to Senator Fonseca, I indicated that the hospitals was not in network. They are in network. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Okay, thank you for that. The what do you call them? The federally qualified health centers are not in the number, but our hospitals are.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, so Director O'Neill, we're going to give you we usually give 30 seconds, but because you've been here with us all day, we're going to give you 1 minute. You're the OG today.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory, and to all of the members of this committee and everyone that attended today, other members of the 35th Legislature. We thank you collectively for having us here to present the 2024 budget. I will state, I know we talk about the biennial budget, and we already settled that the governor can send what he wants and you can act based on the law. So we thank you for your indulgence, of course, in listening to us. We use our biennial budget for planning purposes. In particular, it's been helping us to actually get the departments to think in advance, think ahead, project ahead, so we're not always being reactive in the things that we need. So it's serving its purpose for the executive branch. And for your indulgence, we thank you for at least reviewing it. For the questions relative to the line of credit, and the projects, we intend to get started on that quickly. It has taken us longer than anticipated, of course, for the line of credit to be closed. But again, within 2 weeks, we expect it to be closed. And Director Williams Octolin already has her list of projects ready to go. So we expect to see a lot more economic activity happening specifically from those projects. We think that, well, we expect that our revenues will continue to grow. We know we have work still to do. We will continue to do that. And we will be back in front of this body to make some amendments to the 23 budget in a few weeks. So thank you very much for the opportunity today, and on behalf of Governor Bryan and the entire financial team, thank you.
Thank you for your honest responses today, and I believe that we had an excellent day of conversation around our revenues and where we're going. We just need to now get into the ask of the departments and agencies. So I'm not certain that's going to be as smooth as what we had today, but we're going to try to make it as smooth as possible. We're just going to ask that what matters, and I want to make sure I put it on the record, when the departments come before us, there's really no need for them to share with us what act created them and all of that, because it takes up a lot of time, and we really want to move this budget process along. We're very interested in what the ask is, what they did the previous year, their KPIs. You're still working on KPIs?
Absolutely.
Yes, you still, so we want to hear from them about their KPIs and their ask and what they intend to do. So all the other stuff, all the ancillary matters and circular conversations around the budget, we're not necessarily interested in. That's why we have our committees, okay? So I look forward to our, not so long, I think you guys have seen the budget calendar, the schedule, and we intend to wrap this up by early August. So we're going to push this forward, and we're going to take night and make day to work on a 2024 budget. So if we don't have anything else further, I want to thank the central staff, employees, particularly those in media, legal counsel, et cetera, who have really, of course, we can't forget our reporters. They're always here in the game for staying in the paint with us today. And of course, my colleagues who are not on the committee, who really stayed. And it's important that, this is a very important part of the legislative work. So it's important that we have non-committee members here with us to really understand what's happening, because it also helps you with your committee work. So without further ado, the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned.